of the Agenda 2030, starting from mainstreaming, access to information, and participation in the public sector, which is the theme for the global conference. As the famous Mother Teresa observes, quotes, "We ourselves feel that what we are doing is just a drop in the ocean. But if that drop was not in the ocean, I think the ocean would be less because of that missing drop." End quotes. I wish to thank you for being here and for your contributions. And I wish you all fruitful exchanges and learning. Let's begin now by having Yanara Assassini, a very important Thank you very much. Please, you may take your seats, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. We will, without much ado, call upon the Honorable Minister for Information, Fatimatu Abubakar of Ghana, and Mr. Keith McMahon, the Deputy British High Commissioner to Ghana, as they do a symbolic ceremony tradition of handing over. Because Britain is supposed to be handing over to Ghana, or United Kingdom is supposed to be handing over to Ghana, as it hosted the event in 2023. So please do us the honors, the Honorable Minister for Information and the Deputy British High Commissioner to Ghana. Yes, please. Please indulge us.
Thank you very much for that. Before I came here, I was asked to say brief remarks. That's a very dangerous thing to say to a Scotsman. It can mean two things. It can mean I can say a 2-page speaking note in about 20 seconds, or I can speak a little bit slower and do it in a minute or two. So I'll do it in a few minutes because clearly here today we have an international community, and if I broke into my best Scottish, there's probably not many people in here who would understand me. Not a good job when you're speaking to a room full of people. The Honourable Yaw Ase Adutwo, Minister of Education, the Honourable Fatimatu Abubakar, Minister of Information, Mr. Tawfiq Jalase, UNESCO's Director General for Communication and Information, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I must admit I've been in this room many times and it's great to see so many people here today. I think it just shows the importance of this event, and I think the seriousness with which Ghana, the Ghanaian government, has been taking this this issue over the last couple of years that I've been here. I mean, I've seen a massive step change in Ghana's approach to digitalisation and etc. And having two ministers here today, I think just supports power on this important day, and much more. Today is an important opportunity for us all to reflect on the commitments we made in the Oxford Statement when the UK hosted IDUAI 2023 at Oxford University, and to look ahead to how we can continue to work together to strengthen the role of that reliable, trusted information plays in building a better world and recognising the vital importance of tech and digital transformation to accessing information and delivering the Sustainable Development Goals. Digital inclusion, online connectivity, and the free flow of information are all vital to development and delivering the SDGs, in particular SDG 16. They enable and empower individuals and institutions, as well as underserved communities and marginalised groups, for example, women and girls, people living with disabilities. It allows people to communicate and interact, access vital, locally relevant digital content and services, for example, health, education, financial services. Allows people to get jobs, builds enterprises, and allows people to participate in civil society and democracy. However, we can't take this connectivity for granted. We face serious threats from information manipulation and interference, including disinformation, and from internet shutdowns which disrupt and limit the free flow of information and negatively impact on GDP and economic growth. The UK is working on this within the G7 and the Freedom Online Coalition, collaborating with Access Now and the Global Network Initiative as co-chairs of the Freedom Online Coalition's Task Force on Internet Shutdowns. I had to practice that last one a few times. As fellow members of the Freedom Online Coalition, the UK and Ghana have a shared commitment to promoting a rules-based, democratic and inclusive world, enabled by digital connectivity and universal access to reliable and trusted information, and where human rights are protected. So it gives me great pleasure to hand over the International Day for Universal Access to Information hosting baton to our partners in the Government of Ghana and to the Minister of Information. 2024, thank you. 2024 is an important year for digital transformation, multi-stakeholderism and multilateralism. As we have seen with the adoption of the Pact for the Future last month, including the Global Digital Compact, which sets out a cross-cutting vision for the UN's role in our digital future, including harnessing technology to achieve the SDGs. We must now work in partnership as a multi-stakeholder community to advance digital connectivity and access to information as key enablers of democracy in a world where all our citizens can exercise their rights, equipped with transparent and trustworthy information. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause again for Keith. And we'll invite you, if you don't understand English, you can understand in Spanish or in French, please put your hand up and you will get a translating device.
S'il vous plaît, pour les personnes qui parlent français, si vous pouvez lever votre main pour qu'on vous donne le casque.
Just put your hand up and they'll be brought to you. Thank
Para
you
las
very much.
personas que necesita interpretación, sí, por favor, levanta la mano.
Thank you very much. And as you know, all over the world, it is acknowledged as we debate democratic recess that openness is the key to improving the world. And that is why Ghana is very proud to have its access to information law after 2 decades of a crusade for it. And Ghana has commissioners who have made the country and the world proud by the way they uphold people's right to information. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite the Honorable Fatoumata Abubakar to take the floor and give us a welcome remark.
Thank you so much, Sam Singh. The Assistant Director General of UNESCO, His Excellency Taufik Delassi, the representative of the President of the Republic, and Minister for Education, who also doubles as the chairman for the UNESCO Ghana mission, the Honorable Minister for Works and Housing, the Executive Secretary of the RTI Commission Ghana, Excellencies, our global experts, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to stand on all further protocols and say good morning to you all. I can see the President of FAJ here as well. It gives me great pleasure and a deep sense of fulfillment to welcome you all to the 2024 Global Conference of the International Day for Universal Access to Information, IDUI. We are gathered here today not only to celebrate an essential pillar of democracy, but to reaffirm our collective commitment to ensuring that access to information is mainstreamed and embraced as a tool for participatory governance in the public sector. The theme for this year's celebration, mainstreaming access to information and participation in the public sector, is both timely and relevant. It speaks to our shared objective of embedding transparency, accountability, and citizens' engagement at the very heart of public administration. We stand here today as stewards of a vision where access to information is recognized not only as a fundamental right, but as a critical enabler of inclusive governance, economic development, and social justice. Ladies and gentlemen, access to information empowers citizens. It provides the foundation for informed participation in decision-making, allows for the scrutiny of government actions, and fosters a culture of accountability. For any democracy to thrive, its citizens must be well informed, and the public sector institutions must be transparent and accessible. This is why today's discussions and engagements are so crucial. Since the enactment and implementation of Ghana's Right to Information Act 2019, Act 989, we have made significant strides in enhancing transparency and ensuring citizens have the right to request and receive information from public offices. Through the efforts of the Information Services Department of the Ministry of Information and the RTI Commission, we have witnessed a growing awareness of the importance of access to information, with various public institutions implementing robust frameworks to comply with the law. However, our work is far from done. As we move forward, it is imperative that We mainstream access to information within all public sector institutions. This means making access to information a routine part of governance process, ensuring that government agencies actively publish key documents and records, and fostering a culture of openness that goes beyond compliance. The goal is not just to provide information upon request, but to proactively share knowledge that can inform public discourse and foster meaningful participation. To achieve this, the government has embarked on a number of initiatives aimed at making information more accessible to citizens and ensuring that public participation becomes a cornerstone of policy making. The GhanaToday.gov.gh website, managed by the Information Services Department, is one of such examples. This platform ensures real-time access to key government data, reports, and communication, fostering transparency and accountability at all levels of governance. Secondly, the government will introduce an online records management system, ORMS, to provide a convenient means for the public to submit RTI applications to public institutions. This platform will not only digitize the RTI application process, but will also transform records management across all public institutions. Further, in this age, where misinformation and disinformation pose real threats to public trust and decision-making, media literacy has become more important than ever. The Ministry of Information has also initiated media literacy and public education programs to equip citizens with the tools they need to navigate the complexities of today's digital information landscape. As we celebrate IDUI 2024, let us also reflect on the role that access to information plays in promoting sustainable development. Access to accurate and timely information is vital for addressing key challenges such as poverty alleviation, climate change, and energy access. It empowers citizens to participate in shaping policies that affect their lives and hold decision makers accountable for their actions. Today's theme, therefore, calls on all of us, government, civil society, media, and the private sector to work together to ensure that the free flow of information is not only protected, but actively promoted. We must commit to creating spaces for dialogue and feedback so that citizens feel heard and their concerns are addressed in policy development and implementation. We must commit to ensuring that information is easily accessible, understandable, and used to strengthen public participation in governance. In closing, I would like to thank our partners at UNESCO for their continued collaboration in promoting access to information and fostering a culture of openness around the world. I am profoundly grateful to my colleague ministers of information from the continent, from Gabon to Gambia to Zambia, and all our colleagues who made it to today's event. And a special appreciation to my predecessor, my former boss, now Works and Housing Minister, Honorable Kojo Oppong Nkrumah, who went to UK to bid for Ghana to host this year's IDUI. My final appreciation to my Deputy Minister for Information, Honorable Sylvester Tete, and George Sapon, who co-chaired the RTI Commission, Executive Secretary, who are co-chairs of our LOC, and also to the staff of the ministry and UNESCO Ghana for the wonderful work they've done so that today's program is a success. Long live UNESCO, long live access to information, long live Ghana. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And thank you to your predecessor, Kojo Oppong Nkrumah, who is right here with us, together with whom you midwifed the Right to Information law that we are proud to use in Ghana. We will at this juncture watch a short video, and after that we will have Taufeeq Jelassi, Assistant Director General for Communication and Information at UNESCO, to speak to us briefly. Please, let's watch.
Have you ever wondered what life cornerstone of democracy, fundamental freedoms, and citizen empowerment, but also a key priority of the United Nations Sustainable Development Agenda? So, what constitutes the pillars of public information access in today's world? Access to information is a defining aspect of any rule of law society. The right to information applies to all government or municipal institutions and public-private partnerships. Citizens need access to information to better understand governmental policies, use public services fully, and enhance participation and trust. Providing information on the internet and in a digital format creates new opportunities. Access to information is key for the media to seek accuracy, reliability, and trustworthiness. It enables quality and investigative journalism. Today, over 140 countries and territories have adopted access to information laws. Today, as we celebrate the International Day for Universal Access to Information 2024, we recall the effectiveness of these laws hinges on their implementation. We can improve implementation by developing correct policies, introducing digital tools, and strengthening independent oversight bodies. By mainstreaming access to information in the public sector, we can enhance civic engagement, empower citizens, foster innovation and economic growth, and fortify trust. Let's work for a more informed, engaged, and resilient society in which transparency, accountability, and access to information are fundamental pillars of peace, justice, and strong institutions.
Thank you very much. The African Charter on Human and People's Rights commands that state parties should legislate right to information or access to information legislation to open up for citizen participation. And it is very heartwarming that many countries are doing just that. Please, let's now welcome Mr. Taufeeq Jelassi, Assistant Director General for Communication and Information at the UNESCO, for very brief remarks.
Excellency Dr. Yo Osei Adutum, representative of the President of the Republic of Ghana, Minister of Education and Chairperson of the National Commission to UNESCO, Excellency Ms. Fatimatu Abubakar, Minister of Information of Ghana, Excellencies, Ministers, Ambassadors, Delegates, Honorable Urvina Birisha Topsi Sunu, Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Expression and Access to Information at the African Union, esteemed officials, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the UNESCO Director General, Ms. Audrey Azoulay, I am honored to be with you here this morning in Accra for this important gathering to celebrate the International Day for universal access to information. This is a first in Africa, since this event has happened over 10 times in all regions of the world, but this is the first time this important event comes to Africa, more specifically to Ghana. I would like to express our gratitude to the government of Ghana for supporting this event and for co-organizing it with UNESCO. The theme was reminded a couple of times. We believe it is indeed, Madam Minister, a timely and relevant theme, mainstreaming access to information and participation in the public sector. The focus is therefore to emphasize the need for comprehensive and free access to public information at all levels of government. This is obviously crucial for upholding the principle that access to information is a right that should be provided by all public entities. This theme reflects our collective mission to ensure that access to information is not just a privilege for the few, but it is a fundamental right for everyone in society. In other words, it's not enough to have laws on the books. They must become game changers in everybody's life. And for that, these laws need to be effectively and timely implemented. As the famous Ghanaian diplomat and the 7th United Nations Secretary General, Mr. Kofi Annan, eloquently said, quote, "Knowledge is power, information is liberating, education is the premise of progress in every society and in every family," end of quote. These words remind us of the transformative power of information and knowledge and the critical role they play in empowering individuals and communities. Since 2010, Africa has made remarkable strides in adopting and implementing access to information laws. Last year marked the 10th anniversary of the Model Law on Access to Information for Africa. Back in 2010, only 5 African countries had access to information laws in place. Today, that number has grown to 29 countries having access to information laws implemented. In Ghana, the Right to Information Act was adopted in 2019. It was developed with inputs from all major stakeholders, including the media, civil society organizations, and academia. This collective approach has greatly benefited society as a whole. The law has been instrumental in uncovering misconduct, with journalists and civil society organizations frequently relying on this law to fulfill their information requests. The experience of Ghana exemplifies how quality legislation can be created while fostering a sense of collective ownership. Ladies and gentlemen, the significant progress in Africa to adopt and implement access to information laws underscores the importance of commemorating this International Day on a global scale, with the continent hosting this event. It also highlights the increasing recognition across Africa that access to information is crucial for good governance, for transparency, and for citizen empowerment. As we often say, information is the currency of power in today's world. While we celebrate this progress, we must also recognize that many countries still lack access to information laws and face implementation challenges. Nevertheless, there are countless success stories that never make the headlines. Over the years, information commissions, regulators, and public officials have made significant progress in expanding access to information across sectors and population groups, profoundly impacting society, government, and citizens throughout Africa. UNESCO, in collaboration with the Africa Freedom of Information Center, invited people across the continent to share their experience. We are thrilled to highlight the critical and life-changing role of access to information while recognizing the officials who championed this important cause across Africa. Our success story comes from Ghana, where the 2019 Right to Information Act has empowered the Commission to raise public awareness and successfully address numerous appeals against denied information requests. These efforts have strengthened accountability and transparency in governance. In Uganda, the Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program and the Youth Livelihood Program face challenges due to limited access to information. In response, the Inform Women Transform Lives campaign was launched, proactively sharing information to empower thousands of women and youth with the resources they need to thrive. These examples show us that when information is accessible, it empowers citizens, strengthens institutions, and fosters participation in public life. As we move forward, let's remember that the availability of information must be accompanied by the capacity and willingness of government to share it openly and transparently. Let's use this day to renew our commitment to advance access to information for all. Let's work together to overcome the challenges that remain, to tell the untold success stories, and to ensure that every citizen, regardless of their background or circumstances, can fully participate in the life of their nation. I look forward to our discussions and exchanges over the next 2 days. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much indeed. And thanks for the acknowledgement of how far Ghana in particular has come with it. In Ghana, we are very proud to celebrate our commission, the commissioners, and some people have been surprised and asked the question, are these some, accountable government movement or a public institution? Because they have really cracked the whip, and many have celebrated them. Now, we will take a quick cultural performance before we hear from the representative of the president.
Let's give a little grip to the shores of old, where the fairy blossoms bloom like the wind and the fireflies fly like stars on earth's skin. Allow me to minimize the maxim of the 3 wise monkeys, so as not to make this poetic minim a thrilled wise moon kiss of the maxim. fearfully adorned in the gown of see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. Because what is the gain if these evil are hidden from you to your detriment? Today, we will expose the evil. Liu-Shin, with the help of UNESCO, according to the UN scope of the right to information, right here. So stay glued, pay close attention. If you're outside, kindly get in, spy on us, so we can easily get you in spied.
Watititabi abato irise kitolo malo weha ikanafo kwikelele aloila sila lombe Ikana nyina Isa Ikani boloji ala ife
held in the vaults of captivity. Maybe not just that. What about the leaders who are to inform the nation yet keep information locked in their drawers to drawers back? Sealed with lies, lying in impunity. Maybe not just that. What about the rural communities who have little or no fidelity to bank on? Don't even talk about the ATM cost at the and they have little or no accessibility, no guarantee, no providential. Don't even mention that. What about those who are left behind because they don't know their rights? Those who are left behind because they don't know their way forward? What about them? The leaders who keep information out there, the budgets, the things you badge off your budget so we couldn't see. What about them? What about them? came not to speak no evil, see no evil, hear no evil, allow citizens to sail freely in their citizenship. So let's do this together. Thank you.
That was beautiful. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now we will hear from the President of the Republic of Ghana. He's the President who said, right to information, as in the law, is the mother of all anti-corruption laws. So he made a pledge that once it was passed, the minute it was done, he will sign it into law. And he honored his word. After 2 decades of the Right to Information Coalition pushing for it without fail, and with people like Akoto Ampao leading the charge. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Yao Osei Educhum, Dr. Yao Osei Educhum. He's a Minister for Education, Ghana, and he will deliver the address on behalf of the President.
Thank you. Assistant Director General of UNESCO, Mr. Tofik Jalasi, Minister for Information of the Republic of Ghana, Honorable Fatimatu Abubakar, Minister for Works and Housing, Honorable Kojo Ponkroma, ministers from various African countries and from around the world, Deputy High Commissioner of the British High Commission in Ghana, the Special Rapporteur on Freedom and Expression and Access to Information of the African Union, Assistant Director General of Communication at UNESCO, Executive Director of Article 19, USA Queen Makiyu. Ladies and gentlemen, our friends from the media, all other protocols duly observed. I'm honored to have been chosen by the President to deliver his address. As you could hear from the moderator, I'm sure the President wouldn't have given me this responsibility had it not been for a very, very pressing issue that has taken him out of Accra. The team, I'm honored that I've been chosen, as I've already said. I stand before you today on the occasion of the 2024 International Day for Universal Access to Information, a day that represents the very essence of democratic governance, accountability, and the right of every citizen to be informed. The theme for this year, mainstreaming access to information and participation in the public sector, speaks directly to the heart of what we, as a government and as a nation, strive to achieve, A Ghana where information is not a privilege but a right, and where active participation in public life is open to all, irrespective of background or status. It is my firm belief, one shared by many in this room and around the world, that access to information is not merely a procedural aspect of governance, but a fundamental pillar of democracy. A well-informed citizenry is a powerful force able to hold leadership accountable, demand better services, and participate meaningfully in the development of their nation. Access to information is, in fact, the lifeblood of democratic participation. It is why in 2019 I had the honor of assenting to the Right to Information Act, an act that had languished for decades under successive government but never saw the light of day. In my administration, it finally saw the light of day. The passage of this law was both a legislative achievement and a victory for every Ghanaian who believes that transparency is the hallmark of good governance. It was a fulfillment of our commitment to make governance more open, accountable, and responsive to the needs of the people. I recall vividly the struggles and advocacy that led to the eventual passage of the Right to Information Act. Many doubted whether it will ever come to pass, but my administration understood that it was not a question of if, but when. We knew that without political will, this fundamental right will continue to be delayed. And so we acted, because no modern democracy can thrive without ensuring that the public has access to the information they need to make informed decisions. The journey did not stop with the passage of the law. The establishment of the Right to Information Commission has become another critical step in ensuring that this law is not just words on paper, but a living reality for every Ghanaian. The Commission continues to work tirelessly to ensure that requests for information are processed efficiently and that no one is denied their right to know. As we reflect on today's theme, mainstreaming access to information and participation in the public sector, it is clear that we must move beyond merely passing laws. We must embed access to information into the very fabric of our public sector institutions. Public officials must recognize that information is not their property to withhold, but a public good to be shared freely. Our government, ministry, departments, and agencies must proactively make information available, not just in response to requests, but as a matter of course. I'm proud to say that Ghana has made great strides in this direction, from the digitization of public services to the creation of open data platforms. We are working to ensure that the walls of bureaucracy no longer stand in the way of information flow. But we must acknowledge that more remains to be done. As President, I remain committed to ensuring that access to information is not seen as an afterthought, but as a priority in every public sector reform. To mainstream access to information is to transform the culture of governance. It is to shift from a mindset of secrecy to one of openness. It is to ensure that every civil servant understands that their duty is not just to perform tasks behind closed doors, but to engage with the public in a manner that fosters trust and collaboration. Information, however, is only one side of the coin. The other is participation. For access to information to be truly meaningful, it must lead to active engagement in the decision-making process. We must empower our citizens, not only with information, but with the avenues to make their voices heard. That is why, alongside the Right to Information Act, we have worked to strengthen local governance, decentralize decision-making, and create platforms for public consultation. Participation is the oxygen of democracy. It is through participation that citizens become active stakeholders in their own development. It is through participation that they can hold their leaders accountable, challenge injustice, and propose solutions. But participation cannot happen in a vacuum. It requires informed public, one that has access to the necessary data, reports, and statistics that allow them to engage meaningfully in the public discourse. We must therefore continue to invest in civic education, ensuring that Ghanaians not only know their rights but understand how to exercise them. We must ensure that marginalized voices, those of women, the youth, and rural communities are heard, and that their participation is not merely symbolic but substantive. I am particularly encouraged by the rise of digital platforms that enable broader participation in governance, and I pledge that my administration will continue to harness technology to enhance public engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, access to information is not just about governance. It is also a powerful tool for development. When farmers in rural Ghana can access weather data to plant their crops, when students can access quality educational materials online, and when businesses can access market information to make informed investment decisions, the whole nation benefits. Our government has prioritized investment in digital infrastructure because we recognize that the future of access to information lies in technology. Initiatives such as the Ghana Digital Transformation Agenda and the Digital Financial Services Program are designed to ensure that every citizen, regardless of where they live, has access to information and services they need to thrive in the 21st century. Access to information must be inclusive. It must reach every corner of the country, including our most remote communities. That is why we have extended fiber optics network to underserved areas and expanded mobile network coverage to connect even the most isolated areas of the country. I'm determined to ensure that no Ghanaian is left behind in this information age. Ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate our progress, we must also acknowledge the challenges that lie ahead. Access to information is not without its obstacles. There are still instances where information is delayed or withheld, where bureaucratic inertia slows down the process, or where citizens are unaware of their rights under the law. These are challenges we must confront head-on. It's essential that we continue to strengthen the capacity of our public institutions to handle information requests efficiently. It is equally important that we raise awareness among the public about their right to access information and how they can go about exercising it. We must also address issues of data privacy and ensure that as we make information more accessible, we do so in a manner that protects the rights and security of individuals. As we look forward to the future, I call on all stakeholders, government agencies, civil society, the media, and the private sector to work together to promote a culture of openness, transparency, and accountability. Let us build a Ghana where access to information is not just a right enshrined in law, but a reality for every citizen. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this year's International Day for Universal Access to Information reminds us that the journey towards open, participatory governance is a continuous one. It's a journey that requires the commitment of every one of us, from public officials to private citizens. As president, I'm proud of the progress we have made, but I remain acutely aware that there's more work to be done. Let us therefore use this day as a rallying cry for greater transparency and participation in our public institutions. Let us recommit ourselves to the ideals of openness and accountability. And let us remember that access to information is not just about governance. It is about empowering our people to build the future they deserve. Thank you, and may God bless us all.
Thank you indeed, Honorable Minister. Our hands-on Minister for Education. Indeed, access to information is the oxygen of democracy, like he said, the president said. And the president confronted obstacles. It was not easy because one of the few members of parliament, legislators, who stood in the way of the passage of the law is a minister in his government. And he said, if we open up, there will not be secrecy in government. But we do know that indeed, openness is the most potent democratic tool to engender inclusive, participatory, and accountable governance. Thank you once again. Please, a round of applause for the President of the Republic of Ghana, whose address has just been delivered to us once again. Now, we'll have a brief photo session, and then we'll go into the breakout sessions. And I assure you we'll do that in just 5 minutes. And please, if you hear your name, kindly move forward here so we have the photography session. We'll invite the Honorable Minister for Information, Fatimatu Abubakar, the Honorable Yao Edu, Dr. Yao Educhum. Okay. Please, you can come forward. I think we should be up here. Yes. Honorable Yao Educhum. These are ministers from Ghana. All ministers from Ghana, please come up stage. Of course, including the RTI pioneering minister, Kojo Opong Nkrumah. The Honorable Lawrence Indong, Minister of Communication and Media from Gabon. The Honorable Ismaila Cisse, Minister of Information of Gambia. The Honorable Bakari Abdel Aziz Bao, Deputy Minister of Information and Civic Education of Sierra Leone. The Honorable Cornelius Nwecha, Minister of Information and Media of Zambia. Mr. Charles Sabani, always present where we have to talk about the media and information, who is the UN Resident Coordinator. Mr. Edmond Mokala, the head of the UNESCO office in Accra. Please come forward. Right. Thank you very much. We understand the minister has to take leave of us. Thank you for being present. Thank you very much. We will encourage all participants to take note of the breakout rooms available for the afternoon session, as well as the designated areas for coffee breaks. Please also be informed that the event is being live streamed. Interpretation services, as earlier told you, are available for our international guests in English, French, and Spanish. Yeah. We will proceed to the high-level panel on advancing access to information in government institutions and the role of civil society. If you need further information, please see the flyers and programs that have been distributed. They contain further details about the agenda. If you have any questions, we'll kindly invite you to feel free to approach the event organizers for assistance. I will now invite Quinn McCabe, the Executive Director, Article 19 USA, to take over. Please.
Advancing access to information in government institutions and the role of civil society. We are going to kick off, Thank you very much. This is a hope that will be a dynamic and interactive panel today amongst all of our distinguished guests. As is mentioned, this is going to be live streamed and there is interpretation available in English, French, and Spanish if you should need to. We're going to have a format where I'll give a few brief remarks, and then all of our distinguished guests will be invited to answer a question pertaining to the access to information state in each of their countries. The International Day for Universal Access for Information, as you've heard, was proclaimed by the UN General Assembly in October of 2019 and is observed annually at the end of September or beginning of October, as that's why we're all here today. As you also heard, 140 countries have now adopted access to information laws worldwide. 29 of those out of 55 are here in Africa. However, recent studies have identified that there's still more than 50 countries in the world that are lacking this crucial bit of legislation. Some of these as well here in Africa, with many on the journey that was started many years ago. I was recently at the UN General Assembly in New York and had the honor of hearing the president of Ghana, who we heard words from just now, mentioning the importance of access to information. He stated that trust, accountability, and the ability to distinguish truth from falsehoods underpin our democracy around the world. Access to information plays a crucial role in this, as does a free and independent media. So today, we will be discussing the ups and downs of access to information legislation in a number of countries with the distinguished ministers. Some of these countries have adopted laws long ago, some more recently, and others are on the journey to adoption of access to information laws. We're going to try and see how the implementation has gone, what it takes to be successful, and what people plan for the future. Because having laws in place, as we've heard, is just the first step. Without citizens' ability to make use of the data, the promise of access to information is not fulfilled. With that, could I invite up to the stage the Honorable Fatimatu Abubakar, Minister of Information for Ghana. She probably needs no introduction at this point, so thank you very much. As well, could I invite the Honorable Bakari Abdelaziz Bawo, Deputy Minister of Information and Civic Education in Sierra Leone. He has over 12 years of experience in banking. Minister of Information for Gambia. Dr. Cisse was appointed the Minister of Information in April 2024, so he's new to the post. Let's be kind. Prior to that, Dr. Cisse was a political science lecturer at the University of the Gambia, and he's the founding leader of the Citizen Alliance political party. Could I also invite up the Honorable Lawrence Ndong, Minister of New Technology and Media of Gabon. Before the minister, she worked as a science education researcher, professor, and Deputy Director General for the advancement of women within the Ministry of Family, Child Protection, and the Protection of Women. And finally, could I invite up the Honorable Cornelius Muitwa, the Minister of Information and Media of Zambia. The minister is also a member of Parliament and previously Should I go sit over there? Do you want me to stay here? Okay, I shall move over. Oh, I am so sorry. My agenda's gotten a little bit crunched. I will go sit down, but while I do, I'd love to invite up Irina Jirisha Topsy-Sunu, who I've had a pleasure to work with as the Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Expression and Access to Information for the African Union. Please, Rapporteur.
Honourable Ministers, Mr. Taufik Jelassi, Assistant Director General for Communication and Information at UNESCO, distinguished representatives of African Union member states, representatives of civil society organizations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It is my singular honor to participate in and deliver this keynote address during this panel discussion on advancing access to information in government institutions and the role of civil society. At the outset, allow me to extend my deepest gratitude to the government of the Republic of Ghana, as well as UNESCO and its partners for having invited me to participate in this conference and panel discussion. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Girisha Topsy-Sunu. I am a member of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and I'm also a Special Rapporteur for Freedom of Expression and Access to Information in Africa. This special mechanism was established by the Commission 20 years ago in 2004 through the adoption of Resolution 71 on 2003 during the 36th Ordinary Session of the Commission, which mandated a focal person within the Commission to oversee the implementation of Article 9 of the African Charter of Human and People's Rights. Accordingly, I am honored to participate in this conference as we also commemorate the 20th anniversary of the Commission's special mechanism on freedom of expression and access to information in Africa. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, access to information is universally recognized as a fundamental requirement of the practice of democratic governance. In any society, access to information is key for the empowerment of citizens, in addition to the effective functioning of a transparent government. Specifically, the right to access information facilitates transparency and accountability of public services. Equally, it goes without saying that access to information is crucially important to the work of journalists and other media practitioners. In addition to civil society organizations who monitor the actions of government and other private actors to ensure transparency, reduce corruption and power abuse. Limiting or restricting access to timely and credible information has a detrimental impact on the work of journalists as it impacts the information that they convey to the public. Lack of access to information can also have the effect of contributing to misinformation and disinformation, leading to the mistrust of journalists and other media practitioners. As succinctly noted in the Commission's Model Law on Access to Information for Africa, and I quote, "Lack of access to information deprives citizens of a right to participate in the decision-making and hold elected representatives accountable for their acts or omissions, and creates an environment in which corruption, maladministration, and mismanagement of natural resources may thrive." Unquote. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in recognition of the importance of this right, the African Union and its member states have adopted several regional treaties which in one form or another call on state parties to prioritize the adoption of access to information legislation. In addition, the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, which provides in Article 9.1 that, I quote, "Every individual shall have a right to receive information," the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, the African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, the African Charter on the Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, the African Youth Charter, the African Charter on Statistics, the Charter on the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and Rights of Women in Africa, that is the Maputo Protocol, also recognize the importance of access to information. In addition to these normative frameworks in Africa, the Commission has adopted a number of soft law instruments which expand on the right and the scope of right to access information. The aim of Principle 4.1 states that public bodies hold information not for themselves, but as custodians of the public good, and everyone has a right to access this information, subject only to clearly defined rules established by law. The Commission then expanded on this soft law document by adopting the Declaration of Principles on Freedom of Expression and Access to Information in 2019, which dedicated Part 3 on the access to information. And it includes 11 principles on this specific right of access to information. The first principle in Part 3, that is Principle 26, provides as follows. Every person has the right to access information held by public bodies and relevant private bodies expeditiously and inexpensively. Every person has the right to access information of private bodies that may assist in the exercise or protection of any right expeditiously and inexpensively. Another soft law document adopted by the Commission is the Guideline on Access to Information and Elections in Africa in 2017, which highlights the importance of the right of access to information in creating a conducive environment for free, fair, and transparent elections. Article 2.2 of the Guideline provides the following. Any policy or practice creating a right of access to information shall be interpreted and applied on the basis of a duty to disclose. Non-disclosure shall be permitted only in exceptionally justifiable circumstances. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that a normative framework to ensure the right to access information therefore exists in Africa. As the discussions in this panel focus on advancing access to information in government institutions and the role of civil society, I propose that the discussion should also focus on how to ensure the effective implementation of this right. In order to enhance implementation of the right of access to information, the Commission and my office as Special Rapporteur has consistently prioritized advocating for the adoption of national legislation on access to information by the AU member states as a means of guaranteeing this right. This is in line with Article 1 of the African Charter, which requires state parties to adopt legislative and other measures to give effect to the rights, duties, and freedoms enshrined therein. It is for this reason that my predecessor, Advocate Pansy Takula, the former Special Rapporteur, visited the Republic of Ghana in July 2014 in order to advocate for the adoption of a long-stalled Right to Information Bill. As you are now all aware, the Parliament of Ghana subsequently passed the Right to Information Act in 2019, which was assented by the President in the same year. I would like to take this opportunity to commend the Republic of Ghana and all other African states in Africa which have prioritized the adoption of a national legislation in order to ensure the right to access information. In view of the fact, however, that several African countries have not yet adopted laws on access to information, or where they exist, the law may not conform to regional or international standards, the Commission adopted a model law on access to information in 2013 in the light of a transparent need for normative standards to guide member states in their development and adoption of access to information laws in fulfillment of their obligations under the African Charter. The purpose of this model law is to facilitate the adoption of national legislation on access to information by states in Africa by providing a detailed set of provisions which represent international, regional, or sub-regional standards on the right to access information. The Commission therefore consistently encourages state parties to refer to its model law when drafting or reviewing existing national access to information legislation. Some of the key provisions of a model law include the following. Firstly, the right to access information is guaranteed to everyone within the state. It is not restricted to citizens of that state only. Secondly, the requirement to disclose information is applicable to both public bodies, private bodies, and also relevant private bodies, which are private bodies that are owned, controlled, or financed through public funds, or which are performing a public function or service. Thirdly, information holders are required to create, organize, and keep information. Public institutions are mandated to proactively disclose a wide range of information contained in the law. Requests for information can be made in writing, but also orally, in which case the information officer must assist the requester to reduce the request in writing. No fees are payable for accessing information, only the cost of reproducing the requested information. And where the information is requested by an indigent person, the reproduction fee must be waived. The 48-hour rule on information disclosure, where information requested is for the purpose of safeguarding life or liberty of a person, it must be provided within 48 hours. Last but not least, the model law includes an entire section, that is Part 5, to the establishment of an oversight mechanism, which is an independent official or body responsible for monitoring, implementing the national law on access to information in order to ensure its effective implementation. During this conference, we are scheduled to hear from a number of information commissioners who are responsible for monitoring implementation of a respective access to information legislation in their jurisdictions. And I'm eager to hear from this key actor on how we can collectively support their very important role. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, when properly implemented, access to information legislation can cultivate good governance by improving information management, in addition to enhancing transparency, accountability, and greater participation in public affairs. Undoubtedly, the exposure of corruption, maladministration, and mismanagement of resources, increased transparency and accountability are key ingredients which contribute to improved management of public resources and a host of other human rights. I would like to take this opportunity to call for greater commitment to the right to access information. This includes through adoption of national legislation to ensure the right, to the establishment of independent oversight mechanisms to monitor the effective implementation, and increase efforts to sensitize the public on this important role. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, during the commemoration of this year's International Day for Universal Access to Information, which coincides with the 20th anniversary of the establishment of the Commission's Special Mechanism on Freedom of Expression and Access to Information, being celebrated in 2024, in addition to the 10th anniversary of the adoption of a model law in 2023, my office has prepared with FES Media Africa to develop a commemorative newsletter of a special rapporteur on freedom of expression and access to information in Africa. You can see a copy of same, and same is available online as well. This newsletter brings together a number of articles written by former special rapporteurs of the Commission, in addition to articles from perspective of civil society as well as journalists. As you participate in this conference in the commemoration of Global Call for Universal Access to Information, it is my pleasure to launch this newsletter in this August Assembly, in the hope that the issues discussed will contribute to a greater awareness of the right to access information and the right of the Commission as well as the Special Rapporteur and other actors in facilitating that important right. In closing, as you discuss the topic of advancing access to information in government institutions and the role of civil society, allow me to encourage you to take cognizance of the efforts which have been undertaken by the African as well as its special mechanism to implement the right to access information. Additionally, I sincerely hope that the soft law documents which I highlighted above will contribute to your understanding of the right and how we can collectively work to ensure that the right is promoted and protected. These soft law documents can be accessed on the African Commission's website in the 4 AU languages. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you very fruitful deliberations during this panel and during the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think I'm just waiting. Oh, now it's on. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Topsy-Sanu. I particularly take note of your call that implementation is key, and moving from law to action on the ground is critical to the success in living this in practice. So with that, let's turn over to our star guests. I'd like to start with you, Minister Abubakar. Ghana, as has been mentioned here, has actually been one of the pioneers in the right to information sphere, as well as in freedom of the press, with a lot of support for independent media coming from Ghana as well. It's actually one of the countries that used international standards as a guide to adopting your access to information law. What measures would you signal out to ensure that all government institutions actually ensure the right to information? How much do such laws actually help enhance transparency in a country?
Thank you so much for the question. I believe, as the moderator said previously, that the Right to Information Act is the mother of all anti-corruption acts in the country. So its impact on transparency and accountability cannot be understated. It is very important. But practically, after 4 years of implementation of the law, my experience is that there are 3 key measures that a government must put in place for an effective operationalization of the law to the benefit of the public. 1 has to do with digitization of public records. 2 has to do with training or capacity building. And 3, sanctions for non-compliance. On digitization, the experience is that where you have public institutions that have not digitized their records, requests made on RTI offices can be very overwhelming on both sides, both on the side of the person making the request and the person who is supposed to process and reproduce the request. I remember there was an instance where a media organization made a request on a public institution and they gave them boxes of documents and they said they can't process it. I believe, for instance, if the public institution has an archival system where you have a lot of boxes sitting somewhere for years in a lot of cobwebs, it will be very challenging and discouraging for them to process such requests. So when you digitize public records, it is easier. It saves time, and it makes it easier on both ends to process and reproduce such information at a cheaper cost. On the issue of capacity building, there are instances where people don't know between refusing to process a request and refusing on the basis of exempt information. And it's important that you train the management, the hierarchy of the public institutions, especially the heads of institutions, those who have oversight responsibility on to process the RTI request, and also the general public, so that where there are informations that are exempt, they will not request them just to waste time. They would be able to distinguish between what can actually be accessed through the law and what cannot. So I believe training, a lot of literacy programs, public education, and training for our officers is key. But on top of my list is sanctions. You realize that over a long period of time, if people work in a particular way and all of a sudden you bring a law that seeks to change the way they operate, you will not get them embracing the implementation of the act. And we have had a fair share of that experience in Ghana. It appears if you make a request, you are a nuisance to a lot of public organizations or institutions, because they are not used to sharing company documents, public documents, or what they deem their power, their information, and their property with the general public. So upon implementation of the law, when there is non-compliance, you need to sanction. And on that note, I would really want to commend the RTI Commission for making sure anytime institutions fail to process, they execute their roles as arbiters very efficiently, either economic sanctions or even encourage the pursuit of further legal redress in the High Court. So on top of my list, these are 3 key measures I believe for governments we need to put in place to ensure effective implementation of the access to information laws. Thank you.
Thank you. I particularly note the last point that you made about sharing power with the populace and how that can be a bit scary for institutions who aren't used to doing that sometime. I think that's very pointed, because I think at the end of the day, a lot of it comes down to sharing power between the government and citizens, which can be a big step if you're not used to doing that. So thank you very much for those words. And now I'd like to turn to Minister Bawo, if I could. The Right to Information Act was adopted in Sierra Leone in 2013, the same year that we've heard that the model law was adopted. Since then, the government has progressed significantly on its implementation, establishing an Access to Information Commission, and engaging in proactive disclosure as provided by law. I think some other speakers today have mentioned the importance of that proactive disclosure for access to information. But what do you think have been the key moments, the key turning points in the advancement of access to information in Sierra Leone over your journey for the past 10 years?
Well, thank you very much for the question. To us as a nation, the right to access information has been a national call based on lessons learned from the civil war in our country and the recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. So administrations after administration, subsequent administrations have made commitment to provide timely information because it is a national call. But recently, in the last administration, what has happened is the president himself is setting the pace, and the Ministry of Information and Civic Education, because he created initially a National Commission for Civic Education, he now escalated it to the Ministry of Information and Civic Education. And what we have done over the years is to bring public officials on every Tuesday. Every Tuesday, we have a press conference where we bring public officials. As long as anything is a trending issue in society, we bring major stakeholders face-to-face with the public, journalists, and civil society organizations so that they ask the questions, and on your toe, you answer the people. So the government, the president himself was brought to a town hall to give an account on his first year into the second 5-year mandate he has spent. So there, if he's setting the pace, and he's also building the capacity for the commission to publish compliance report on all MDAs with respect to requests made by citizens. And there are punitive measures for MDAs who default. I think the Ministry of Information is also changing the means of communication, because communication, the language in which we communicate, also creates some barrier to access information. I think it is a holistic approach by the administration. The frameworks are there, there is collective will from everybody to implement, and there are sanctions for anybody who fails to answer to the calls of citizens in providing the relevant information so requested. And the Ministry of Information and Civic Education is expanding engagement with citizens because, again, civic education plays a role in also educating the citizens on what to ask for, when to ask for information, and how to seek these informations. Over and above, the elephant in the room we had in Sierra Leone was the 1965 Public Order Act that criminalized libel and sedition. The president has boldly repealed the Public Order Act and has opened the space for free and safe journalism. When you allow people who seek the information for our citizens to access, to do their work uninterrupted, then the access to information is increased. I think that is the goal we have scored, because the president has boldly, a former military general, has boldly repealed that law that hindered journalists and the media from doing their work. Setting that pace and the work of the collaboration between the Ministry of Information and Civic Education and the right to access information, we are also pushing, because we implement, we review and re-strategize. We are trying to pass a bill for data protection. We are creating a department in our ministry for archives, records management. I think these are the steps we have taken to really open up the access to information in our country.
Thank you, and thank you. And thank you particularly for noting the role that journalism can play in actual accountability and the importance of access to information. My organization works on freedom of expression, so we note the comments that have been made on that with a lot of pleasure. Thank you so much for that. If I could turn now to Minister Cissé. Thank you very much for coming to us from the Gambia. Gambia, again, is one of the countries that have more recently adopted an access to information law in 2021, and you're currently in the process of establishing this implementation mechanism, as has been mentioned. The Access to Information Commission is relatively new, was just established this year in July, I believe. Could you tell us a little bit more about the initiatives or the reforms that you're currently doing in Gambia that are aimed at improving access to information, kind of via the commission or other mechanisms, and how Gambia is really promoting this mainstreaming of access to information across the populace?
Well, thank you very much. As you rightly said, we have just confirmed the commissioners, and they were sworn in last month by the president in accordance with the act. Now we are in the process of operationalizing the commission. They've started work effectively from 1st of September. But before that, what we've done in collaboration with civil society is to provide training sessions and capacity building with what we call the gatekeepers. These are the civil servants, the people who have access to the information. Because if citizens request for information and the people who are supposed to give them information don't know the importance of giving this information or don't know what's in the act, then there's a problem. So what we've done is to provide training, working with civil society, to all the civil servants in the offices who are supposed to give information, so they know exactly what their rights and responsibilities are. But in the meantime, government has been very open as part of the reforms of His Excellency President Adama Barrow, because Gambia has an experience. We've been under dictatorship for 22 years, where information sharing was risky. Public officials have found themselves in jail for just giving information. There was no transparency, there was no accountability. And when His Excellency the President Adama Barrow came to power, one of his first words were to promote and consolidate our democracy. We must provide citizens with information, because democracy can only thrive where information is accessible to the citizens. So what we've been doing is we have some initiatives. One of them is the press conference, which is monthly press conference where we bring in public officials to answer questions of the media, because we see the media as a conduit between the government and the people. Now, as a role as the Ministry of Information, our mandate is to give timely, accurate, and authentic information to the public through the media, but also bring information from the public to government through the media. Apart from the press conferences, we also make use of social media a lot, ensuring that we share information. But also, we started a recent initiative when I was appointed as minister. It's called the Mansakunda. Mansakunda basically is a Mandinka word, means government. In Mansakunda, it is a bi-weekly program where every 2 weeks we invite a sector minister with his entire agency and to come and answer questions, to face the public, not the media, but the public. It's a kind of a town hall. So every 2 weeks, a minister will come with all the entire sector under that ministry, and the public is invited, and they can now have an interface with the public to answer questions concerning their sector. We're also working on which is also promoting access to information, even though there are still challenges for capacity building and also resources, because implementing access to information requires a lot of resources, but also a lot of human resource capacity. But also, we have also institutional cultural barriers. Like I said, Gambia has this culture within the civil service of withholding information, because giving information was very dangerous and very risky for public servants. Now, changing that mindset is a problem, but also bureaucracy. Citizens are subjected to a lot of bureaucracy, which are anathema to what they access in terms. So we are trying to change that mindset, but we are doing a lot of training with the public servants and so on and so forth, because we understand that the access to information not only is in line with our recovery focus, NDP, the National Development Plan, but also with promoting the SDGs, particularly SDG 16 as well, because access to information helps, like earlier speakers have said, farmers to know exactly how the weather situation is like, where the markets are for their products. Students can have access to information for research and empirical purposes, healthcare as well, and so on and so forth. So the commission is new. They are now operationalizing. They've been sworn in. We are looking forward to supporting them to ensure that they fulfill their mandate. But in the meantime, the ministry is also engaging in a lot of other activities to promote information, because we believe that information is key in promoting democracy, in ensuring transparency and accountability, but also in infusing confidence in government. Citizens must have confidence in the government. Where there is no confidence, legitimacy is eroded, authority is eroded. So therefore, one of the keys in which citizens can have confidence in government is because they know that government will provide authentic, accurate, timely information. If citizens understand that government cannot provide quality healthcare, they won't have confidence in the healthcare sector. If governments cannot provide quality education, they won't have confidence in the education sector. Same thing with information. Citizens must believe that government will provide them with accurate information, because it's the only way we can counter the vices of new media, which is disinformation and misinformation, which is a problem for many governments. Now, government has no choice. Governments must open up and give information to the public proactively, which is called proactive disclosure. Otherwise, they leave a vacuum which will be filled by misinformation and disinformation. And when they thrive, this is a precursor for instability and conflict. And every government must avoid that by ensuring that they provide information. So proactive disclosure information is really good, and it also promotes peace in any country. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It strikes me, listening to the three of you so far, that there's some, I think, best practice that's coming out for remarks that each of you made about training, education, engagement, direct engagement with the public. That was a couple of points that have been made. So hopefully we'll have a chance to pick up a little bit more on that. And speaking of direct engagement, if I could now turn to Minister Ndong. Gabon is one of the countries that's currently on a journey towards adoption of an access to information law. How is the government really supporting the process of consultation with stakeholders to adopting that? Is that the role for government? Is that the role for policymakers? Where do you see the points of critical engagement as we're kind of going on that journey for the government? Thank you.
Thank you so much, but I just want to just, we have a problem with your microphone, they don't hear you. Those who translate don't hear you, so
Okay.
they can't translate your, when you speak in English, they can't translate. We don't have the
Oh, I'm so
translation.
sorry. I'm sorry for people who can't hear. Do you want me to repeat the question? Would the translators like me to repeat the question? Yes? Yes, all right. Thank you. I was mentioning the call for kind of proactive engagement and stakeholder engagement around the process of developing an access to information law. Gabon is on the journey to developing that. I'm sorry, I don't know what to say to that. Yeah? I mean, it sounds like it's probably a technical issue. They're just not running in the feed. But I could try swapping. While we swap for a second, and then I'll give it back to you. All right, I will try this one, and hopefully this one. Third time's a charm.
It's okay. Close the microphone.
Okay. Hopefully this one will work well. So for the third time, thank you very much for your patience, Mr. Ndom. As I mentioned, Gabon is on a journey. There's currently no access to information law at present, but there has been kind of consultation and a move to adopt that in Gabon for a number of years. What do you think is the role of government in ensuring consultation and development on that journey? Is it the role of government? Is it the role of policymakers, civil society? What are your main goals that you would hope to achieve by adopting that law, and how are you moving towards it? Thank you very much, and here's your microphone back.
Thank you very much for the question. Before I start, I want to thank the Ghanaian government, and especially the Minister Fatimatu Abubakar, the Minister of Information, and UNESCO, Dr. Tofik Jelassi, for this conference and for inviting me here. You know that Gabon changed the regime in last August. In 30 August, we have a new regime now after 40 years with the same regime, and I can say after 50 years with the same regime. And the previous regime exercised censorship. And in August, when the new president came in charge on August 13, 2023, after the liberation coup, the word of the press was the first cooperation he received. The word of the press was the first cooperation he received. And he assured them that never again a journalist will do his job with pain in his stomach. Because the last regime, the previous regime, exercised censorship. So for them, access of global information was not a priority. But until we are in charge since last August, when we arrived, Gabon was ranked 94th in the ranking of countries of freedom of expression. Today, we are in 56th place, just behind the United States of America, which are 55. When we arrived in charge, 33% of the territory was not covered by television, radio, and internet. And only in 6 months, we extended coverage to 33 localities to improve access to information. Our government is into the process of finalizing legislative and regulatory texts, such as the Communication Code, the Advertising Code, the Special Statutes of Communicators, which has been awaited for 50 years. A law on access to information is also in preparation, and I want to thank UNESCO, which is our partner on this way. And the access of the information includes the access of true information, good information, the information which participates to build the society. The information will bring freedom. As we said, access to information is important for fighting against corruption. It's a pillar of democracy. In the world where false information spreads as quickly as true information, it is essential to protect citizens against manipulation and disinformation. We are implementing initiatives to promote credible and quality information, in particular through the training of journalists and the promotion of responsibilized media. It should also be noted that a national strategy to fight against disinformation has been established based on 4 axes. The first is the existence of a press agency that meets the requirements of the profession and is aligned with international standards. It means that we are working to strengthen the capacities of Gabonese press agency. The second is to strengthen regulation. And the third is to work for education in information and media through the establishment of a national commission on the right to access information and the fight against disinformation involving all stakeholders. Fourth, the use of ICT and artificial intelligence in the fight against disinformation. To do this, a national commission of the use and governance of artificial intelligence has been set up. So we did all those actions in just 1 year. We are in charge just in 1 year because we want to use the opportunity, the history gave to our country to, I want to say, to be born again, to start again with a good pillar for the future. Now in Gabon, openness is back, and we're doing all things we can for make information access for all of our country. For us, we just want to see the glass half empty or half full, because when seeing the glass half empty or half full does not change the state of the glass. What we want and what we work for is to fill the glass. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Can I ask if you can hear the microphone still or no? You can hear it now? Someone's waving back there in the booth. They can't? Okay. All right. Sorry. I sincerely apologize for that rather loud thump, but I think that microphone could probably go. All right. Thank you so much for that. It's actually really astonishing how much progress made, and I think a good indication for all of us how a change of will and a change of leadership in a country can lead to rapid, positive change. I think we need those reminders in a world that sometimes feels where good examples are few and far between. So thank you so much for sharing your journey and what you're doing in regards on access to information. And I think human rights writ broadly. I mean, you touched on a number of things which touched on a number of different human rights. So thank you very much for that. If I could turn now to Minister Mwitwa. Zambia is the latest addition to countries that have passed an access to information law. Congratulations. I know it was a long journey, so thank you. I know a number of people in this room have been working for a long time with the government to ensure that that happens, so congratulations again. Could you talk just a little bit about what drove the adoption of that law and where you're going next?
Thank you very much, moderator, and allow me to begin by thanking the government of Ghana, and particularly the minister, for her invitation of ourselves to come to this very important meeting, and also UNESCO for making it possible. Thank you for that question. Let me begin from the premise that the people, the citizens of Zambia, have been demanding for access to information law for more than 2 decades, right about the year 2000. And the first bill relating to access to information was tabled before the National Assembly of Zambia in the year 2002, after which it was shelved for 2 decades until the year 2023, when with a new government that was elected in 2021, there was now political will to enact the Access to Information Law. Now, to answer your question directly, the government, Republic of Zambia, was driven to enacting this piece of legislation on 2 premises. Number one, and importantly so, the citizens demanded more accountability and transparency. And therefore, access to information law was seen as a cornerstone for the promotion of an open and limited government, which is requisite in improving citizens' participation, and also through that the citizens would hold the government accountable and thus help in the fight against corruption. That was the first basis. The second is that ATI, access to information law, was viewed and is viewed by the Zambian government and citizenry at large as a human rights issue. Because whereas in terms of the Zambian constitution and I guess most African and world constitutions, the right to freedom of expression and speech is guaranteed. The right to acquire information through which a citizen will express themselves or will speak to hold their government accountable is nowhere in the Constitution guaranteed. Therefore, ATI was seen as a window of opportunity to be able to protect the citizens' aspirations to access vital information, particularly relating to the manner of governance of their national affairs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Again, I appreciate the reference to the human rights framework and that the access to information law sitting within that. Just quickly before we move to final remarks and then breaking for lunch, which I know people are probably very interested in as well. One thing that I think has been touched on by a number of you directly or indirectly and was a big topic of conversation during the Summit for the Future in New York is the role of artificial intelligence in ensuring access to information and its relation to the broader development agenda under the SDGs. I think Minister Abubakar, you actually spoke at a Freedom Online Coalition event which specifically kind of talked about these crucial issues. So just really quickly, I wonder if each of you or if anyone would be willing to speak about how your governments are thinking about kind of this age of artificial intelligence and how it can help solve some of the information issues that you have. I think some people mentioned artificial intelligence touching on disinformation and combating disinformation, which relates to this. But if there's any reflections that you have about how you are thinking about this kind of digital era that we're in and how it relates to the broader achievement of the SDGs for your government, I'd really, I think, appreciate hearing some of that. Would you like to start?
Thank you so much. That's a very interesting question. Previously, I had a speaking session on one of such platforms, and I raised the issue about fighting misinformation and disinformation where there is no access to facts, and the peculiar challenge that Africa as a continent has. You realize that if you look at GTP or GPT or any of the AI platforms, they've been fed with something. So when you reach out to AI, it provides what it has been given. What has Africa fed AI? We have a situation whereby because of the lack of access to data from the continent, you ask a question about Ghana, they give you wrong answers. You ask a question about Zambia, they give you wrong answers. And this is because other parts of the world, they have deliberately put some information in the computer so that people can access it. In the absence of digitization and deliberate efforts to put facts out there, no matter how boring they may be, as compared to sensational fake news, we still need to make the efforts as government to put out accurate information, to put out facts, so that the systems that are built for our digital age and in this revolution, we will be able to take advantage of that. So yes, there will be deliberate misinformation and disinformation, but the facts should also be available on similar platforms. That is why in Ghana, we have the GhanaToday.gov.gh platform, where we upload all formal speeches of presidents and ministers, and also we do the press briefings on Sundays and Wednesdays, so that the ministers and heads of public agencies can formally come and state their position and facts on matters of national interest. So we need to make sure we take up space, put out facts, and not leave vacuums for people to have access to only misinformation and disinformation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else like to comment on the issue of kind of artificial intelligence and sustainable development goals and access to information in their countries? How people are feeling or thinking about that in your government?
Perhaps I'll take a bite at like rightly put by the Honorable Minister of Information. I think our preparedness as a continent to make provisions to answer the questions about Africa is where I think we have to up our game. Recently, I think there was a conference in my country that brought together Africa countries to look at the emerging technology in information dissemination. And think in a response, the President, His Excellency the President, withdrew a Sierra Leonean from MIT and gave him the leadership of a newly created Directorate of Technology and Information, so that we start to prepare for the challenges. Because, like rightly put, it is there. Information, how to access these informations, deliberate misinformation is there. So, as a continent, as an administration, the earlier you prepare, you think around what is happening and prepare. That is why we are also working. Now we have the President demerged Minister of Information and Communication. Now we have Minister of Communication, Technology and Innovation. So they are doing their bit to see how they can digitize, how they can raise the bar on the emergence of technology in communications. So I think it should not be about a country. I think collectively as Africans, I think it is not always that we have to wait for Europe, for America to provide solutions. The continental solution should be addressed as Africans. So the earlier we bring all these initial steps together and make sure it is for Africa, it answers the queries for Africa, the better. Individual African countries are working towards it, but how to bring it together, merge it, so that these answers, this response, at least show a semblance of what is Africa. What are the informations about Africa, the better. So I think it should be a collective effort to solve the problem.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I think what we are doing now in the Gambia is we're planning a conference called Gambia in the Age of AI. We are aware of the dangers of AI, but also the potential opportunities of AI. And I think we are in that age where governments cannot be relaxed. They need to be ahead. We need to start integrating AI into governance, but also AI into service delivery. It is going to displace jobs, we know that. So governments must understand the trends and prepare the society for the age of AI by making sure that we reform the entire education sector Because if you don't tailor your education sector to the needs of the new world, of the new global trends, you create citizens and educate them in fields that are not relevant anymore. So therefore, we're aware of that. We're working on that. We're making sure that we use AI for governance, making sure that the public has access to all the information they need so we can counter disinformation and misinformation. We are going to put policies in place. That is why, just like Sierra Leone did recently in 2022, the government decoupled these two sectors. Before, we used to have the Ministry of Information and Communication Infrastructure, which was decoupled to Ministry of Information, Media and Broadcasting now, and also the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy, just to have a sector focusing on new digital technologies, but also with the threat of AI. And also, let's remember, AI will also have impacts on our democracy, on elections. We are seeing it now. How prepared are we to ensure that the integrity of our elections are intact? Because if elections don't have integrity, then there's a problem of legitimacy, which is not good for any country. So we're aware of this. We learn a lot, and that is why this gathering is important, because it helps us to share experiences, share best practices, but also it helps us to understand each other's efforts and help each other in our efforts, because AI is not only a national problem, it is a global problem. Therefore, we need to work global and find global solutions, not only to deal with the threats of AI, but also to work together to harness its potentials for the public, but also for our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. I stole your microphone. Minister Ntong, would you like to mention anything about this?
Thank you so much. I want to speak French, but I see that in the place, a lot of people don't have translations. I need to speak in English, but the IA is used now for disinformation. And our young people are face AA in social media all the time. And we think that using AA is also important for fight against misinformation and disinformation. AA is the best tool to detect, analyze, and combat disinformation. IA is an effective lever to action. But it is important for us to know that the issue of artificial intelligence goes beyond technology. It is a civilizational revolution that can seriously change our societies. When we talk about AA, we are talking about data, how our data are used in the world. Because when we have WhatsApp for free, we have Facebook for free, we have Instagram for free, what they had behind that, they have our data. We give them our data so they can provide a solution which can change the way we think, the way we live, the way our young people see the world, the way of their thinking, they think. So we have to make us together and speak with the same voice. I think Africa must build a regional strategy for the use and governance of AA. If now we can say that we have all the infrastructure to have our own AA solution, but even our young people, all the population will use social media. They are facing AA all the time. We have to put our efforts together to see how we can manage the governance of AA. Another country protect their citizens against the risk of AA, and we have to do the same. That's why in Gabon, we are processing to put a national commission for use and governance of AA, because we don't want just to receive the another solution and just accept like that. We have to protect our young people. We have to protect our civilization, our sovereignty, and our culture against what's going on behind the AA. Thank you.
Hopefully this works. I am almost done, but I wondered, Minister, if you had any final remarks before we move to the closing videos. Did you have anything you'd like to add on that? It's okay if you don't. Okay. All right. Well, just to sum up really quickly, I hope people can hear me in the translation with this microphone. Is it working? You don't know? Is it working? Anyone getting? Yeah, Myra? Okay, thanks. Just to summarize, I think there have been some very interesting pieces of advice that have come from all of you for different countries looking to adopt access to information laws or move into implementation. Issues such as the digitalization of records, the importance of training and capacity building, not just of citizens, but of the agencies themselves that are on the front lines of delivering on the access to information requests. Sanctions, I think a couple of people mentioned sanctions, so it's not just enough to have the law and think that a carrot is good enough. Sometimes we need to have a little bit of push from behind to ensure that agencies are living up to the legislation. And then really this call of having proactive transparency and stakeholder engagement, sometimes directly with government ministers themselves. So they can't hide behind the power structures, and they have to actually engage with citizens on their requests for information. So with that, I would like to turn over to our final addresses. We have 3 video addresses from eminent speakers. One, Sanjay Pradhan, the CEO of the Open Government Partnership. Elsa Pilichowski, the Director of Public Governance Directorate for the OECD. And Blanca Ibarra Cadena, the President of the International Conference of Information Commissioners from Mexico. I turn over to the videos, and thank you all so much for your engagement in the panel. Thank you. Thank you, ministers.
Warmest greetings to all. Warmest greetings to all. Thanks so much to UNESCO and the government of Ghana for hosting this vital conference. Let me begin with a story. In Sri Lanka, villagers had suffered tremendous devastation during the civil war, which ended in 2009, but they had not received any of the compensation promised by their government. So when they learned about the RTI law, they started filing appeals. The very next day, magic. Compensation was deposited in one person's bank account. The very next day, 4 more people received their compensation, and so on until the villagers got their due compensation. You see, access to information gives people access to justice, to claim what is rightfully theirs. It gives voice to the otherwise voiceless. This is just one example of impact from delivering access to information through the Open Government Partnership, or OGP. To join OGP, countries are required to have laws that give everyone fair access to information. Since 2011, government and civil society across 82 OGP members, national and local governments, have worked together to make a total of 330 ATI commitments using their OGP action plans. These seek to remove barriers or improve the functioning of the law. For instance, Morocco launched public awareness campaigns, trained information officers, and created an online portal through which people could track their requests. Ghana's Public Information Commission, which oversees the implementation of the RTI law, was a major commitment in Ghana's OGP action plan. Yet, many challenges remain. too few countries publish data on how their ATI laws are being implemented, such as the number of requests or response times. And when this information is published, it is in a format that is difficult to access or use. Simply passing laws and publishing information is not enough. To give meaning to this vital right, governments must establish a robust public monitoring mechanism and have a regulatory framework with an independent ombudsman having enforcement powers. So today, as we mark the International Day of Universal Access to Information, I urge all of us, government, civil society, private sector, international partners, to reaffirm our commitment to ensure that right to information becomes a credible global norm, one that is supported by robust monitoring and regulatory frameworks to make it real and accessible for everyone. We in OGP stand ready to support you in your efforts. Let's work together to break down the barriers. Let's together ensure that people have this fundamental right to information so they can shape their own futures. Thank you very much.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me to participate in the 2024 edition of the UNESCO International Day for Universal Access to Information under the theme Mainstreaming Access to Information and Participation in the Public Sector. I really regret that I'm not with all of you in Accra, but I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to share insights on the importance of this topic to reinforcing democracy and building public trust. As we're all aware, governments around the world stand at a very critical juncture. They are tasked with steering the environmental and digital transitions while also facing heightened geopolitical tensions and the social consequences of various social and economic developments such as inflation. At the same time, in today's highly polarized environment, more and more people are disengaging from traditional democratic processes, and governments are facing a crisis of low public trust. We recently published the results of the 2024 OECD survey on the drivers of trust in public institutions, which has some sobering findings in this regard. The survey shows that across the 30 OECD countries that were surveyed, 44% of respondents have low or no trust in their national government. 53% believe that the political system does not allow people like them to have a say, and only slightly more than 1/3 think that if over half of the people expressed a view against a national policy, it would be changed. This obviously adds to concerns about more people in our countries becoming disillusioned and disenfranchised. If anything, these results are a call for us to rethink the processes of participation and representation that are at the heart of democracy. To respond to this challenge, we need to promote more meaningful and inclusive opportunities for citizens and civil society to engage in public decision-making. This is why strengthening representation, participation, and openness in public life is a key pillar of the OECD Reinforcing Democracy initiative, which aims to support governments in responding to those challenges. 3 points. First, governments have an essential role in providing accurate, timely, and accessible information as a pivotal step towards fostering a more engaged and involved citizenry. Citizens who are well informed are better equipped to make sound choices, actively engaged in public discourse and debate, seek opportunities to participate in public decision-making, and also, very importantly, hold their governments to account. Our survey on the drivers of trust shows that the biggest driver of trust today at national government level is evidence-based decision-making. Citizens need to see that their governments make decisions based on the best available evidence, and that evidence needs to be verifiable. Our 2023 Open Government for Stronger Democracies report also emphasizes that countries can still do more to protect and promote access to information and to ensure that its implementation in practice matches the legal frameworks that serve to safeguard it. Information is a powerful tool, and ensuring universal access to it is essential for fostering inclusive and well-functioning knowledge societies. Second, in today's world, citizens are navigating an increasingly complex information and environment in a fast-moving information landscape that has been reshaped by digitalization and emerging technologies, including today artificial intelligence. Strengthening the integrity of information spaces and combating mis and disinformation is urgent to strengthen the fabric of our societies. To build societal resilience, individuals need the skills and knowledge to navigate the information space effectively and responsibly. Our 2024 report entitled Facts Not Fakes highlights that government investments in digital, media, and information literacy are important. At the same time, governments need to assume their role as harbingers of information that is reliable, meaning clear, complete, and truthful. Moreover, they need to communicate and deliver this information in ways that work for every group, not just the highly educated or politically engaged. Finally, we must persevere in our efforts to protect and promote the conditions that allow citizens, civil society, and non-governmental stakeholders to share their views and express their needs. This is especially crucial as threats to civic space grow around the globe. A whole-of-society approach that builds on the insights and expertise of both individual citizens and organized civil society is necessary. So, very importantly, the conversations like the one you're going to have today are essential, absolutely essential today to inspiring one another, learning from shared challenges, and building momentum to ensure that the right to access to information is afforded to all citizens and stakeholders in a way that allows them to make their voices heard. I wish you all a very productive and fruitful conversation. Thank you very much again.
It is an immense pleasure to welcome you all to the International Day for Universal Access to Information, organized by UNESCO and the Government of Ghana. Although I cannot be with you in person, I'm truly honored to address you through this message. I would like to express my gratitude to UNESCO for their support and efforts in championing the right to access information. UNESCO's leadership in promoting freedom of expression, transparency, and the universal right to information has been inspiring. Today, we gather not only to celebrate a fundamental human right, but also to reflect on the critical role that access to information plays in shaping our world. This right is more than a legal guarantee. It is a powerful tool that empowers individuals, strengthens communities, and fuels the engine of democracy. It allows citizens to participate meaningfully in public life, to hold their governments accountable, and to make informed decisions that affect their lives and their well-being. As we embark on this day of dialogue and reflection, it is crucial to recognize the significant steps that have been taken in promoting access to information globally. Many countries have enacted access to information laws, established independent oversight bodies, and witnessed the mobilization of civil society to advocate for greater transparency and accountability. These collective efforts have contributed to a more open and informed world, where the right to know is increasingly acknowledged as a cornerstone of good governance and sustainable development. I am confident that the discussions and exchanges that will take place today will be fruitful and insightful, and together we can rise to the challenges before us and make meaningful strides toward realizing our vision of universal access to information. Let us move forward with a shared sense of purpose and a renewed commitment to the principles of transparency, accountability, and the right to know. I wish you all a productive and inspiring conference, and I look forward to the outcomes of our collective efforts. Thank you so much.
Hello. A round of applause for yourselves, for your patience throughout up to this time. It's now time for us to retire for lunch, and lunch is served in Opera 1. Once you get down, just follow the signs to lunch. And for the media and support staff, please stay here. Stay right here. And would like to say thank you to the GIZ for supporting in organizing this conference. Also, thank you to the Controller General, the Immigration Service of Ghana, for the assistance that you have extended to participants who came from all parts of the world to today's meeting. And please, we resume here in 14 hours. Please be here on time. Yes, you would see it as 14:15, but please try and be here on time. So thank you all so very much. We can now, at 14 hours. Okay, thank you. Yes, that's right, at 14 hours. Thank you very much. At 2
everything be okay. they smoke cannabis. Doctor say make a pop one of this. Make me fly like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Oh, mommy, myself no do pass like this. So many things inside of my jeans. I slide down, libertines, libertines. Tetema. 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 Oh mama. Oh mama. Oh mama. Oh mama. Whoa, mama tetema. 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 mama tetema. Whoa, 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 mama tetema. Kisha kime, kimempa. 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 Kisha kimempa. shiver. You're such a rush, my baby, slow down, come find your love. I'm hoping you see me, come serve it up. Loving when you stir it up, that body belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I can't hide. You're feeling up my mind, and I just don't know why.
Okay, welcome back from lunch. We're going into the next session to be moderated by Taufik Jelassi. So, the speakers, please, if I mention your name, you come to the podium. Keith from the British High Commission, Alina, Director, Office of Government Information Systems, Brett Solomon, Zaid Abdullah, and Tatiana. Please take your seats. Audience, please, you can move forward to fill up the spaces.
Thank you.
The digitization of public sector records so they can make information accessible to citizens. So clearly digitization is key here, and with that comes a number of issues, concerns that I'm sure the panel will address. As you may know, UNESCO has been the SDG indicator 16.10.2, and in our recent survey, we had 120 member states responding to that survey, with 50 countries reporting using or implementing digital applications that facilitate the processing of information requests. Again, in this panel, I'm sure that we'll touch on various aspects related to that. So let me start with our first panel, Mr. Keith McMahon, Deputy British High Commissioner to Ghana. He has been holding this position since June 2022, I believe. I think the panelist to my right, not to my left, sorry. Before this position, he was also Deputy High Commissioner in Khartoum, and he has held diplomatic positions in Zambia, Armenia, Greece, and the United States. So last year, you did mention this in your opening remarks this morning, the UK has hosted the global commemoration of the International Day for Universal Access to Information at the University of Oxford, and with that came the Oxford Statement, which emphasized digital connectivity and restrict access to information, and the protection of human rights online and offline. It also highlighted issues of internet shutdowns or internet slowdowns and the issue of mis- and disinformation. So my question to you, Mr. McMahon, how can member states and international organizations such as UNESCO, how can they strengthen collaboration with national governments to ensure that internet access as a prerequisite for access to information is upheld as a fundamental right for citizens?
Thank you for that question. And welcome back, everyone, from lunch. I hope it was nice. The Elisa is famous for its good food, so I hope everyone is well rested and well fed. So how do we ensure that governments continue to provide internet access for its citizens? I think the Minister talked about it this morning. I think the first thing that we really need to do is kind of put it in legislation. Make sure that you've got the right... That's just good. Thank you. Coming off and on? There we go. If we make sure that the right legislation is in place, but that's not enough. Just putting the legislation in place and not doing anything about it doesn't make any impact. And I'll give you an example. Tony Blair, I think it was, back in 1998, put in place the Freedom of Information Act in the UK. I would say it probably took the UK government 10 years, to make sure that that was implemented, that legislation related to freedom of information. Because it takes time and effort to make it down through every part of government. And that's what it needs to be. It can't be held in one ministry that legislation is there and they're responsible for implementing it. It does not work like that. If you're going to put legislation in place granting internet access to everyone, it needs to be understood by all parts of government, and that takes time, and we just need to understand that. Talk to other nations. The UK doesn't have, for instance, a monopoly on what the right legislation is around access to internet freedoms. What works in the UK might not necessarily work in Ghana. It might be that I think we had the ministers for Gambia and Sierra Leone here. It may be that they have legislation which is better suited to countries like Ghana. So reach out to others, find out what they are doing. We also, the UK is also providing money through, I think it's the open government partnerships to countries like Ghana, where we are saying, okay, we will work with local partners to ensure that the defence of media freedom is kind of almost sacrosanct, and where that media freedom is being hindered, or internet access is being hindered, we will allow those, or we will give support to those civil society organisations and other partners to address what's the kind of the barriers to that internet access. There's also things in the background which are going on around, media freedom. So the UK was a founding member of the Media Freedom Coalition back in 2019. I think there's about 40 partners now around the world, and and making sure that journalists understand what media freedom means, and media freedom, what it means for them on the internet. And finally, I think we work closely with UNESCO on supporting the defence of media freedom. So we provide millions every year. I think just the last year or two alone, we've supported 8,000 journalists who have been targeted as a result of things that they have been putting online. So I think all of those things in totality help. I can kind of help governments take second thoughts about possibly interfering in internet freedom. And I think it's just not just the one thing, it's a package of things that I think it's important that we all understand and make sure they're being implemented in Ghana, for instance, in other countries.
Thank you, Mr. McMahon. On your last note, yes, the Global Media Freedom Coalition, which was created some 5 years ago, has asked UNESCO to administer the Global Media Defense Fund, as you said, support journalists all over the world, especially through legal actions defending them, but also to support investigative journalism. And UNESCO has been doing that, and we thank you for the trust and the opportunity to work on this important cause. Our second panelist is online, I believe, Ms. Alina Semo. Is she connected? Ombudsman's Office at the National Archives and Records Administration of the USA. This office oversees the Freedom of Information Act. Before joining the office, she led the FBI's Freedom of Information Act litigation unit for over a decade. My question to you, Ms. Simo, is we read there are AI-based tools that help the Agency of Freedom of Information Act analysts to work more efficiently and effectively. For example, the Mitre FOIA assistant was tested last year. Could you please tell us more about the results when this tool was charged to clear the backlog of RTI requests? Has it been effective? Has it met expectations? And could it be replicated more broadly?
Thank you so much. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So hello, everyone. Thank you again to UNESCO for inviting me to be on this panel. I'm sorry I cannot be there with you in person. I will try to make it next year. But I know you asked me specifically to talk about this MITRE tool, and I'm happy to talk to you about it, and perhaps bring you not such happy news, but that's okay. We need to share information nonetheless. First, I want to talk to you briefly about what MITRE is. It is not a part of the United States federal government. It is a not-for-profit organization that operates federally funded research and development centers in the United States. It focuses on a wide range of areas, including cybersecurity, healthcare, national defense, and systems engineering. And in addition to its technical work, MITRE collaborates with government agencies, academia, and industry to address complex challenges and promote innovation, such as the Freedom of Information Act. And its mission emphasizes improving the nation's security and well-being through applied science and technology. So what problem was MITRE trying to solve? Last year, the United States government received over 1.1 million requests for information, ATI, access to information requests, and that number is expected to grow exponentially. And today, most agencies in the United States are continuing to process FOIA requests. They review FOIA redactions manually, conducting page by page, line by line, word by word review, which is a laborious and expensive process. And there is currently no commercially available tool to assist FOIA analysts to identify what information needs to be redacted. Although there are several private sector vendors that are working on solutions, nothing has come out yet. So what the MITRE folks tried to do is develop this FOIA assistant tool as an advanced prototype, and it used artificial intelligence, AI, to improve speed, accuracy, and consistency in the redaction process. The goal of the tool was to help increase efficiency, decrease cost, and prevent employee burnout. The tool focused on 3 of the 9 exemptions that exist under our Freedom of Information Act statute. Exemption 4, commercial information. Exemption 5, which covers a lot of different privileges, but specifically deliberative process and attorney-client privilege, and Exemption 6, which is personal privacy information. The tool had the ability to import PDF files for analysis and export and redact files to PDF format. It featured a novel deep learning algorithm to detect deliberative language, such as suggestion, opinion, emotion, supposition, and conjecture. And this is especially important for Exemption 5 review. It had an open source, personally identifiable information algorithm. It suggested text for redaction, which FOIA analysts could choose to accept or reject. It provided multiple ways to approve and reject suggested redactions, including filters to enable mass approvals and rejections for repeated information. And the tool was usable as either a standalone desktop product or stored on a server. So what happened to the MITRE tool? Here's where I'm not bringing you such great news. MITRE offered the tool free of charge to government partners, and it was tested as a prototype by several federal agencies, but none ended up implementing the tool. MITRE had hoped that the agency would, that there would be one or more agencies that would join with them to build upon the technology, but so far that has not happened. But it certainly believes that the strategic initiative was funded to show agencies the promise of artificial intelligence in the FOIA space, and they do believe they accomplished that. So what were the problems? MITRE believes it misread how difficult it would be for agencies to navigate their own compliance and implementation requirements. The tool was designed to learn, but it required unredacted government documents to be ingested, and most government agencies were reluctant to share unredacted, unreviewed documents with MITRE. MITRE also observed a gap between FOIA offices and information technology shops at federal government agencies. So developmental projects such as the FOIA tool fell between the cracks. So what our conclusion is we believe in the potential for AI to assist in equity identification and speed up access to review, but we cannot point to an application that has been applied to the FOIA environment successfully across the board. So it's still a work in progress. If I have a couple more minutes, I just want to address some other initiatives that are going on in the federal government space that we're very excited about. There are great things happening at the State Department. The State Department has undertaken a project to enable an AI tool to review State Department cables. State Department cables are the authoritative reporting by U.S. diplomatic and consular posts overseas, and there are some of the most historically significant records produced by the State Department. The volume is increasing, so it was a great project to start off as a 3-month limited project. It used past decisions by human reviewers and trained machine learning models on past decisions made by human reviewers, whether to declassify or exempt from declassification. So there's a thumbs up or down. It retained human review, not 100% automation. So humans would still be able to be in the loop to review and label training data as necessary and perform quality control checks. So the results were really fantastic. It reduced the volume for humans to review by 80%, and it freed all those individuals up to work on other initiatives. It made more consistent declassification decisions. It expanded public access to records of permanent historical value. And the State Department believes the approach is adaptable to other record types and for other purposes, such as Freedom of Information Act requests. But we have to remember it was limited to one FOIA exemption, which is Exemption 1 for classified records. And it was a thumbs up or down, as I mentioned earlier. But State Department is exploring the use of AI and machine learning to aid in a 360 FOIA matching tool. So that's going to be the next step that they're going to be undertaking. So stay tuned, and the next time I'm getting together with all of you, I can report on the updates on that. Thank you.
For this substantial testimony, I think I heard you saying in your answer that although AI can definitely help improve the implementation of access to information law, you mentioned the organizational cultural barrier, that people are not willing to share information, to work across silos. And if you cannot change the mindset of the people, of the civil servants or government officials, we cannot change their behavior. So more the soft side than obviously the digital or AI technological enabler. Let me move on to our third panelist, Mr. Brett Solomon, who is Senior Research Fellow at the Berkeley Human Rights Center in Australia. He's a former director and co-founder of Access Now, an organization committed to defending and promoting digital rights worldwide, emphasizing the protection of users at risk. He also serves as a member of the World Economic Forum's Global Agenda Council on the Future of the Internet. My question to you, Mr. Solomon, can we strengthen the right to information by introducing more technology-based solutions? Would you say that these are useful, and if so, what are the important aspects you would like to elaborate on?
Thank you. It's great to be here, and I actually just want to pay tribute to UNESCO and to the government of Ghana for hosting this event. I was trying to explain to some of my friends about where I was going and what I was going to be speaking about. And I actually think that the world's population is not clear that there is this right in place on access to information. And it drives home to me the point about mainstreaming, which is the topic of this discussion here, and also implementation. You know, this right exists, and it's really the hard work of the people in this room who are bringing that right to life. So I want to pay tribute to you all as well, because I think that often this work is unsung. And it was great to hear from the minister from Zambia and also from Ghana about, you know, sort of the pathway to get to the enjoyment of this right for the whole population. It's a struggle that we need to continue to invest in. I think that, you know, when we think about connectivity and about new technology, it's been touched on a few times, the issue of internet shutdowns, including by some of the people on this panel, and it was a very significant topic in last year's discussion at Oxford, which is where I was at. A little bit of bad news is that the issue of, so if you want to deny the right to access to information, the bluntest instrument is to turn the internet off in the digital age. And we have seen in 2023, 283 internet shutdowns in 39 countries. There's been 1,500 internet shutdowns since we've been tracking since 2016. And I will say that there have been 17 internet shutdowns in 9 countries across Africa in this last year. Again, paying tribute to the government of Ghana, who has not shut down the internet. So congratulations and thank you. And there has been a push towards keeping the internet open in the upcoming election, which is very good to see. But, you know, the number one trigger for internet shutdowns, so denial of access to data and information, is war. And I think we need to understand the right to access to information in the context of conflict, which we're seeing all around the world, at the most important time, right? It's the most important time at the moment of conflict and war, where information is very sensitive and very important that citizens have access to that. And if shutting down the internet is triggered mostly as the number one cause is war and conflict, then we need to think very seriously about how to protect that right, particularly not just in the age of conflict, but in the age of digital conflict as well. Unfortunately, also, I think, you know, regardless of technology, our right to information is really not conferred neutrally or equally. It enjoys lots of contingencies, and one of them is around the requester's identity. And in order to take stock of access to information in the digital age, I think we need to look at the fringes of the open internet, not just at the centre. We need to think about where the right to access information is most vulnerable. And in that context, and I know this is a sensitive topic, but it's important to note that the LGBT community, particularly in Ghana, is facing a bill which is called the Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill, which is criminalising that population. And when we think about a person's identity influencing and shaping their ability to be able to access information, and the importance of digital inclusion, which we've talked about here already today, that the whole population, regardless of identity, has the same capacity to be able to access info. And the erosion of that right relates not only to the identity of the population, but data about that population. So for instance, when we think about HIV transmission, if the population which is connected to that transmission of HIV is criminalised, that means that the data set will be incomplete. And that puts the population at a whole at risk. I want to talk a little bit more about that, but I'll hand it over because I think that your question largely relates to technology and how do we think about AI in particular today being a maximiser of the right. And I think that as we've heard from the previous speaker, this idea about techno-solutionism that AI is going to solve the problem I don't think is the case, but I do think there's an opportunity to maximise dissemination and to facilitate transparency and, for instance, to translate in real time. But the warning signs are there as well, which is around wrong, biased or incomplete data sets that feed the AI, about inexplicable decisions and hallucinations, and of course about re-exposing personally identifiable information of individuals. So I'll leave it there, both the opportunities and the risks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Solomon. Our next panelist is connecting online from Ukraine, Ms. Tatiana Oleksiuk, Vice President. All right, Ms. Tatiana, give us a few minutes, hopefully, to fix.
Yes, thank you. I just start listening, hearing you. Yes.
Now you can hear me. All right. So let me.
Yes, thank you.
Let me repeat the question to you.
Thank you.
It is about the Tromsø Convention, which is the only international treaty that sets standards for access to information. Could you please elaborate on whether this convention addresses digitalization and digital data pools, and what impact do these provisions have on advancing the digitalization of access to information laws?
Thank you, dear colleagues, and thank you for having me at this remarkable UNESCO event. It's my honor and pleasure to talk about Tromsø Convention here. And first of all, I have to say a couple of words about Tromsø Convention, which is the first international treaty guaranteeing the general right to access to official information held by the state authorities. The convention establishes a harmonized approach which ensures effective guarantees of the public interest in disclosure of the official information. The main topic I should underline while talking about digitalization is the name of convention. It sounds obviously a bit old-fashioned, the Council of Europe Convention on Access to Official Documents. But probably everyone here wants to know something about digital access to official documents. And when it comes to the definition of the convention scope, we can see that convention covers all the types of information, including digital ones. And here is our starting point, because I was really interested in application of artificial intelligence in processing requests. And I am really happy to explore and to share with you how we can use international standards to create the basement, the fundamental for developing AI in state authority processing of access to official information requests. Because until we create the scope of the database of official information, which is machine readable, easily processable, interlinked, metadata, free from any limitations concerning privacy or other rights protection. We cannot create the database on which the artificial intelligence instrument could be developed. And here, Tromsø Convention can help us with quite modest standards, but really important from my opinion. In addition to the definition of information, which includes all the digital means, as I mentioned before, there is a provision of Article 9 of the Tromsø Convention, which says that all the parties, all the member states, should establish an effective management system of official information. And in my opinion, it is a cornerstone for creating the approach of openness by design, when every state official collecting or creating the official information will keep in mind that this information should be stored in a way to ensure easily processing by machines of this official information. And I hope it can help us as the Access Info Group I present here to promote the best standards and the best cases which we identify all over Europe, and to ensure that another countries could keep it in mind and introduce the same standards in their administrative practice. I'd like to draw your attention to the countries' reports which Access Info Group published on their official website. There you can find many successful cases when some countries, which are member states of the convention, introduce a databases and management system to be sure that all the official information is collected in a way to be easily machine processable. With this, I'd like to draw your attention that Tromsø Convention is open for ratification for any non-Council of Europe member states, for the countries which share the same principles of transparency and accountability all over the world. So we will be happy, we as the Access Info Group will be happy to any contacts, to any contribution. We are ready to share our expertise, and I'm happy also to mention that this summer we released our first baseline report. which underlines the first findings, the very first findings of the 2 years long work of our group. And I'll be happy to share it with you and to contact to you and share our experience as an Exifin group in promoting the best standards of Tromsø Convention and inviting you to join us in our daily work for promoting access to official information standards all over the world. Thank you again for having me today, and I am open for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tatiana. Let me now turn to Mr. Zahid Abdullah, who is with us here in Presencia. He's the former Federal Information Commissioner of Pakistan. He's currently associated with the Center for Peace and Development Initiatives as an RTI and Inclusion Advisor, had served as the Federal Information Commissioner at the Pakistan Information Commission from 2018 to 2022, and contributed to the Right to Information disability rights movement globally. My question to you, Mr. Zahid, is the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines are a set of internationally recognized standards aimed at making web content more accessible to people with disabilities and RTI more mainstreamable across institutions. These guidelines provide recommendations to ensure that websites, tools, and technologies are inclusive by design. What measures should stakeholders take to ensure that all platforms, such as job portals, mobile banking applications, news, and other websites and mobile applications, what measures should they meet or should they take in order to meet such standards and be fully accessible to persons with disabilities?
Hello. Okay, thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. We address this question, web content accessibility guidelines and these standards and how they should be integrated into the whatever platforms we have. I would like to talk about what disability is, because prior to 1980s, disability has been seen as either a kind of a moral maybe punishment or something like that, or as a medical condition. And after 80s onwards, persons with disabilities took charge of their issues themselves, and they started advocating that disability should be seen in terms of barriers in the physical and social environment, which can be removed and should be removed to make persons with disabilities functionally active and productive citizens. And around that time, we see the advent of computer, personal computers in late 80s and early 90s. And, this question of these guidelines and the technology, persons with disabilities throughout history, they have been finding solution to their problems. Like, even thousands of years ago, the first blind man, when he, this started using white cane that I have. So, people are resilient. They try to find solutions to their. We see there's another person who lost sight, and he started at the age of 16. So, can you hear me? Okay. So, another example of how persons with disabilities have been finding solution to their problems is in 1804, a boy is born and he loses sight at the age of 3 in France, and then at the age of 12, he comes up with this idea of 6 dots with the combination of, pattern of 64 patterns of those dots placed differently. You can feel, you can touch them, and you can make combinations, 64 combinations, resulting in, alphabets, punctuations, even musical notes. and digits. So in the 1980s, we see there is a person who loses sight. He's a programmer, and his name is Hunter Joyce, and and this is the time when personal computer is storming the market, and he's a programmer. He has lost sight, and he comes up with an idea of a screen reading software, with the help of which you can read anything, with any information that is displayed on the computer, even if you can't see it. Like whatever you see with your eyes, you can hear it, because it gives a voice output. So the software is there. And from then on, persons with disabilities, whether they are blind and are speech and hearing impaired, they have been using what we call both kind of technologies, sensory augmentation technologies and sensory substitution technologies. Like, for example, if your sight is not working, you can replace it with touch or with hearing, and you do all the things that you do with your sight. So, but there is always the problem of the technological, what they call sociologists, the technological lag. The technology comes in, and then the issues prop up later on. So that is what I have been facing, and persons with disabilities have been facing for last say 20, 25 years, ever since the advent of these computers and softwares. So what happens is that earlier, most of my age people know that there was this DOS, and then Windows 95 and then 97 and Millennium and 2000 and whatever, XP and Professional, and so you start adjusting with one set of software with the technology. They come up with the other technology or the layout of the technology. I started losing sight at the age of 28, and in 4 years I lost sight, and but I have been using this technology for last 20 years now. So what happens is that there has never been, as Mr. Tawfiq was mentioning about these guidelines, persons with disabilities have been using these assistive technologies for last 25, 30 years, but there have not been any set of guidelines which are desperately needed now, because it is matter of, the technology is great leveler. Persons with disabilities are using these softwares to get access to information through their computers, through their mobiles. But the fact that they keep on changing the layouts, the way the website is designed, its structure. So the persons with disabilities, those who are using these softwares, they are constantly facing challenges in terms of not only learning how to use this technology, but also getting adjusted. I know most of you have the same issues. We even if you are sighted, you get adjusted to one kind of a web page layout, and suddenly one fine morning somebody somewhere decides, this doesn't look nice. I often think that my wife, she doesn't changes the layout of the furniture as quickly as they change, these layouts of websites and softwares. So, but where do these web content accessibility guidelines come from? Basically, there is this Worldwide Web Consortium, W3C, and they have developed these set of recommendations, basically guidelines as to how we can make all these web sites, these software applications, not only accessible for persons with different disabilities, they can also be aesthetically pleasing. It doesn't have to be a compromise between aesthetics and the accessibility for all. So premised on what we call universal design, that any product, goods or services, they should be made in a manner that they are accessible for all people, whether they are children, women, men, with disabilities, without disabilities, and everything should be designed in a manner that it is accessible for all. And you know, when I started using, or for that matter, blind people started using these mobiles. Earlier, the mobile with keyboards, you could feel, and then came this these mobiles with, touch surface. It was difficult for persons with disabilities, those who couldn't see, to operate. But now the technology has become so powerful that everybody uses. Everybody means people, those who have access to these mobiles, and those who are blind people, they can use them. The idea is that there are no set of governing rules. Yes, there is UN Convention on Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and its various sections require products to be. They require governments to ensure accessibility of products and services. But what we need is, and this is what we have been raising demand on UNESCO. And UNESCO, I must say, for them it is not an afterthought, the accessibility of these digital platforms for persons with disabilities, but they have put it into the center of the conversation. So what we need is that these WCAG, content accessibility guidelines, they should be understood, and there has to be a very serious conversation. I know these big tech companies, Googles and Facebooks of this world, they are trying to make their products accessible, but they are there are not. I won't say there should be something binding, but there has to be some conversation. It's a free market, but there has to be some conversation, and there should be some central place where all these players, big players, come and talk about the accessibility. And maybe my colleague here representing British government, there has to be some kind of platform where the accessibility is to be taken very seriously, should be taken seriously, because there are 10 to 15% persons of the world with some kind of disability. It may be severe or minor, but there are 10 to 15% of the total population of the world. It is age related, and there is no cost involved. When you make these social media platforms, these websites accessible, it means that there is no extra cost involved, but it is beneficial for all people. And I would end it with this thought, that it's at the end of the day, we do all of us in this room, we do things in our own ways. But we should respect diversity. You might be able to see something to do it, but it can be done through touch. It can be done by listening to it. So there are variety of ways. The only thing is that at the end of the day, somebody foots the bill. Somebody has to pay the bill, and if we want to make our technologies there, it has immense potential. There are so many people, who are using this technology. It has, every technology, there are some winners and some losers. But with this assistive technology, I know, and those who know the debate, it has been a great leveler for persons with disabilities. The only issue is that, there are lags in terms of accessibility, which can be put together, stitched together through the efforts of UNESCO and all the, partner governments, so that all these because whether you use it now when these days, whether I need to go somewhere to perform, I have to use some Uber kind of platform. If I have to find a job, I have to use these different websites. So it is matter of right to employment, right to gainful employment on equal basis with others, right of access to information. So all those rights are dependent on our ability to use these platforms on equal basis with others. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abdullah. We very much appreciate you being with us here in Accra today. I have another set of questions, but I'm going to save them because I would like to give you not only access to information, but access to the panel. So I'm going to devote the rest of the time of the session to you if you have any questions. If you do, please raise your hand, introduce yourself, your name and affiliation, and please be brief and concise so we can take as many questions as we can. And if there are no questions, I'll go to my next round of questions myself. The choice is yours. But I thought you should make this session as interactive as possible. I see a hand at the back. Could you stand up, sir, please?
So, my name is Stephen Osu. I'm the Right to Information Commission, Ghana. I'll come on the back of the last submission that was made. So, digital accessibility for persons living with disability. I think it is a frontier we can push. My only problem is how do we protect persons living with disability from the challenge the Ghana Minister for Information mentioned in the morning, which is misinformation and disinformation. How do we do that? Because for me, well, I seem to be answering my own question. It's a very dangerous terrain. Because if those of us, excuse my language, without any disability are struggling with misinformation and disinformation, then it becomes a big concern if we are trying to achieve digital accessibility for persons living with disability. So how do we combat misinformation and disinformation when it comes to digital accessibility of information for persons living with disability?
Thank you for your question. Your question, of course, is, I know the focus is the case of people with disabilities, but let me say 2 words about the broader context, because UNESCO has been working for the last 3 years on trying to contribute to the fight against mis and disinformation. We launched back in 2022 a global initiative called Towards an Internet of Trust. How can the internet be a trustworthy place for information? How can we maybe ensure that information online is a common public good, not a public hazard, nor a public harm? And we know the extent of online harmful content, including cyberbullying, harassment, beyond, of course, mis and disinformation. And you may know that last year, UNESCO released its global guidelines for the governance of digital platforms, which is a set of principles including principles that aim at combating mis and disinformation. So just wanted to put the broader picture or context, but I know that your question is very much about people, disinformation in the case of people with disabilities. Who would like to, Mr. Abdullah, yourself, or Mr.
Yeah, I would like to talk about it, if you allow me.
Yes, please.
It's good to be concerned about persons with disabilities. But, when you say that they are kind of more vulnerable to disinformation, that part I would not agree, because of the fact that they are, they have some kind of disability. Our idea should be, our focus should be on removing access barriers, and when it comes to making it sure that people don't fall victim to disinformation or fake news, that is dilemma for everybody in this room. And so those campaigns they don't need to be, there doesn't need to be greater focus on ensuring that persons with disabilities don't become victim to these disinformation ideas or fake news, just because they are persons with disabilities. No, that would be kind of a bit patronizing. Our focus should be on removing access barriers, giving them equal opportunities to exercise their right to participate in whatever life, whether it is in the digital domain or in the physical domain. They should be given tools. We should be more concerned about bridging the digital divide, which persons with disabilities become victim of, just because of being disabled, because most of the time they belong to the poorest of the poor segments of the society. So once they, so far as, the addressing the challenge of the fake news or disinformation vis-a-vis persons with disabilities, we should make sure that whenever we have devised any campaign or advocacy ideas, ensuring that people at large, general public, they don't, they are able to differentiate between the real news and fake news that is accessible for persons with disabilities as well, so that they can also benefit how to distinguish between the fake news and the real news. But they don't have to be necessarily protected just because they are disabled, that they are more vulnerable to falling victim to fake news.
Thank you. Mr. McMahon?
Thank you. Yeah, I think we can all agree that the information space is under increasing threat from malign actors looking to spread their own information, exploiting societal divisions, etc. How tackle? It's not easy. I think we have to do it together. I mean, it sounds really simple, but we can't do it as individual nations or as individual civil society organizations or Meta or X or whatever. I think we have to do it together. But we have to also recognize that lots of people have got their own agendas. So how do we bring people to one space to tackle this kind of growing pandemic? I just don't think it's easy. I think you have to kind of just try and get as many good actors together as possible and start from there. I just don't think I don't see any other solution outside of that. I mean, you have AI solutions potentially that would look out disinformation, but as soon as you make up an AI solution, you've probably got an AI solution that spreads more disinformation. It's just, it's not easy, and I think it's just going to take us a kind of collective effort to try and get to the bottom of it and try and make the information that we are seeing much more reliable and something that we can trust.
Thank you. A couple of people raised their hands. Let me start with the distinguished Dorothy Gordon, who knows UNESCO very well since she was the chairperson of our intergovernmental program, Information for All, for many years until last year.
Thank you, Dr. Jelassi, and thank you to the panelists for raising some very important questions. I want to bring us back to the continent. You know that we are a continent with 1 billion unconnected people. So even when we are discussing misinformation, disinformation, it's a question of what was on the internet and then goes into other last mile technologies, more conventional, such as radio, etc. So meaningful connectivity is essential for access to information. The other thing is language. We have how many languages on this continent? Some estimate more than 3,000. But even my language, Akan or Twi, is not adequately on the internet. And when we talk about access to information, how much of the key information are we putting into our languages? How much of the key information are we really exploiting the possibilities of the technology to move just from text into visual and audio? I think there are a lot of questions here, so anybody on the panel who wants to address them, including, of course, yourself. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Dorothy. Let me take, so Dorothy raised the two key questions. Meaningful digital connectivity, one, I'm talking about Africa, the 1 billion unconnected people, And second, of course, this is a very important question which you raised. But before we get to the answers, let me collect more inputs. The lady at the back, please. If you can introduce yourself first.
Thank you very much. I am impressed with this conference. Myself, I'm Alizu. I'm a staff of the Ministry of Information. My question is, yes, we are talking about access to information. In the African continent, we heard of figures as far as reaching out to information. And I'm happy my mother just gave synopsis as far as reach is concerned. My question here is, though our reach is not that wide, we are also having this challenge where the information that is being disseminated, especially I was happy when the Gabonese lady presented about how they are reaching out, but the information that we are giving out, the impact is having on the youth of our continent, the free Wi-Fi, the free Google, the free what we are having. What are we doing to save the young ones that are grabbing the wrong or unaccepted information that is having a lot of impact? We want information. Yes, information is power. But what are we doing to protect the young ones out there? Because right now, social media is playing a very critical role, destroying majority of the youth and also having a positive impact. So what are we doing to bridge this gap and save the youth? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's answer these questions or issues raised, starting with what Dorothy Gordon. I wouldn't say my mom, Dorothy Gordon, has raised the issue of meaningful digital connectivity, which, as you know, Dorothy, the ITU, the International Telecom Union, has as a primary mission to work on meaningful digital connectivity. UNESCO is contributing to that effort in the context of the UN Broadband Commission for Sustainable Development, a commission that UNESCO and the ITU have set up some 14 years ago, and enhancing meaningful digital connectivity remains the #1 goal. And this was highlighted last week in New York. I was there for the Summit of the Future and the Global Digital Compact, where achieving meaningful digital connectivity remains a key global priority to connect the 2.6 billion people worldwide and connected, including the 1 billion or over 1 billion in Africa. Briefly on your second issue of multilingualism and linguistic diversity online, UNESCO has been contributing to that effort. We have recently produced the World Atlas of Languages, which is a repository of some 8,000 spoken and signed languages in the world. You said that 3,000 exist in Africa. That is almost 40% of the total number of languages that exist worldwide. And we have been in charge of implementing the United Nations International Decade on Indigenous Languages, which we kicked off in 2022, a decade that will run until 2032. So you are absolutely right to say it's not only of the issue of digitally connecting the unconnected, but you mentioned a couple of local languages, let's say, or community-based languages. If they don't exist online, what is the usefulness of having the digital connectivity? I cannot find the content in the language I speak or that I understand, and therefore I still remain excluded from the digital ecosystem. Let me turn to the panelists, maybe starting with you.
Sure.
Mr. Solomon.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for raising the issue of the digital divide. I think a lot of the discussion that we've had today kind of presumes that the population is connected, and the reality is, as you say, numbers of 2.6 billion and 1 billion in Africa. I think that it's good to have a look at who that population is as well, as there's a geographical spread and obviously like terrible, sort of concentration in this continent. But it's also a gender issue, it's a race issue, it's an identity issue, it's a poverty issue. And so all of those vectors need to be attacked, I think, very aggressively. And thanks to UNESCO for your work on that. On the language issue, similarly, we've worked with many of the platforms over many years now, even in moments of significant crisis around war and conflict, to get the platforms to have staff who understand language so that they can determine whether there's fake news, whether there's dog whistling, etc. And there is really, and I hate to say this, but I think a lack of commitment from the platforms to language beyond the major languages, and I'm talking about a handful of 6 or 8 or 10 languages. So that's a question of, I think, lobbying and to boards and shareholders of companies to say that they need to actually invest, because essentially the digital space is a privatized one, and therefore we need to get the companies invested in this. And it is often a question of market value, unfortunately, and so there's going to need to be more advocacy and lobbying around that. I just want to say 2 quick things. One on disabilities. I'm really appreciative of the panelists here, and thank you very much for your comments. I think many of us, and I talked before about digital inclusion, making sure that people with disabilities have access in many of the ways that you mentioned has to be at the front of the line in terms of our priorities. And then lastly, sort of to pick up on your question about how are we going to save the youth, if I may, I think that question is not a little misplaced, but I think that technology has always been seen as like the corrupter of young people, and I think technology and information that young people have as a result of their connectivity, and then even more so with AI coming, I think that we see this as I would see this as an opportunity for information, for education, for communication, etc. Not to say that we don't need to deal with misinformation and fake news. We do, but there are many fake news laws, and I'll say this as a final salvo. There are many fake news laws that are being passed around the world, whose effort is not to ensure the authenticity and legitimacy of information, but to silence and to make sure that particular parts of the population and content which is maybe controversial or disliked, is removed from the online platforms, and we need to make sure that doesn't happen. Thank you.
And on that last point, Mr. Solomon, to say if it's harmful content, it has to be removed from the digital platforms. This is the question of content moderation, content curation. Are the digital platforms doing enough about that, especially in Africa? The answer is no. I have some data. I hope it's outdated, but I don't think it is. Meta, one of the largest, if not the largest digital platform with over 3 billion users, I was told in the whole Africa it has only one office in South Africa with less than a dozen employees. I'm looking at my colleague, Guy Burger, who comes from South Africa, who knows the information ecosystem there extremely well. I hope this information is outdated, but I'm not sure it is. I think it's still factual. How can, for the whole continent, 54 countries, you are the largest digital platform in the world, and you are present only in one country with less than a dozen employees to do content curation and content moderation? Again, I think the facts speak for themselves. And on the question of digital divide, I think that it's not only digital. It is digital, yes, but with that, it's an information divide, it's a knowledge divide, it's an education divide, it's a data set divide. So you see the whole set of consequences, especially in this AI era, where data is the cornerstone of these intelligent systems. Please, Mr. McMahon.
I might say something a little bit controversial here. I think, there are obviously arguments for misinformation and, violent content and things on social media. And it's not only for social media platforms to do anything, or maybe even governments. But I think we need to, as individuals and as parents and as society, we need to take some ownership of this as well. I'm going to give you an example of my kids. My kids will be sitting at a table having dinner, and they'll say, well, I saw this on TV, or I saw this on Facebook, and I think it's ridiculous. And I will say to them, Yeah, so I will say to them, well, what's the other argument? What do you mean? I said, well, don't come to me and spout to me one side of the information if you haven't looked at the other side. So as a parent, I feel it's my job to educate my kids as well about don't just take what you see on a social media platform or anywhere at face value and run with that as your ideas or your views on things. It's us as parents, as society, to kind of teach our children, our colleagues, our friends as well about kind of having a broader view of things that they're seeing on social media and not just to always believe what they see and take it at face value.
Thank you very much. I see too many hands now, and I was told to stop on time. All right, so can I take maybe a couple, starting with the lady on the right and then the gentleman at the back on the left.
Thank you very much. I'm Anjali Bhardwaj from India. Very interesting discussion. I just wanted to say that while digitalization and AI is extremely important, it holds a lot of promise. The issue of transparency in digitalization and deploying AI, and also of accountability, I think is very important. One of the states in India, for example, gives out these pensions for old age people and for people with disabilities. And suddenly for 300,000 people, the pension was stopped. And when people tried to find out what had happened, they were told that there were problems while digitalizing the data, and the AI was predicting that people had died. So they were ghost pensioners, whereas they were very much alive. So I think the question, and when people filed right to information requests to find out how the data system was functioning, the information was denied to them. So the issue of transparency and accountability before deploying any of this, I think, is also important, and perhaps some discussion on that.
Thank you very much, Madam. Sir, yes, the floor is yours. At the back of the room, please.
Thank you very much. And my name is Edward. I'm from Ghana. I work for the National Development Planning Commission. I must say the panel discussions are very interesting. But then listening to the examples that are being shared, particularly on misinformation, I want to know from the panelists examples from the UK. It's been barely about a year since you've had your Online Safety Act. How is that helping with this issue of misinformation, particularly from social media platforms that young people have access to and constantly share information based on what immediately comes to their attention without even having to check? How is that helping? Particularly, it's just been a year since you've had that act. Can you share examples for lessons for Africa, for Ghana? Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, in response to the comment made by our colleague on transparency and accountability, you are absolutely right. And actually, these are among the UNESCO Global Principles, which we published last November. So I cannot disagree with you. To the contrary, we have been very much advocating for the need for responsible, accountable, transparent use of digital systems, applications, but also as far as the content moderation and curation on digital platforms. On the last question about the Oxford statement and any impact it may have had since last year, especially on Africa, let me turn back Mahon.
So I'll just give you an example of the UK. I think everyone will have seen the heinous, despicable, horrible acts that were created just a couple of months back in the UK. I would say that is not the UK, that is not us. And in respect of what happened, the result of that, we found acts where people had been posting disinformation or extremist views online, which helped to contribute to some of that violence. And basically, they're in jail now. So thank you very much. We passed the law. Post stuff like that, we will put you in jail.
Thank you very much. Let me.
Can I just jump in response?
you know, like the Online Services Act and is a very controversial approach to content. I think it's like Australia is also one of the pioneers, I think, in this idea about, you know, government control of content and the way in which content is removed, the penalising of platforms, etc. The chilling effect of those acts on legitimate content and on the platforms is so significant that I think before countries adopt those acts, and I know that there's a lot of, you know, not copy and paste, but adoption of other governments' policies and practices, it's really essential to read the critique of the Online Services Act. When you get the sort of response from a government official to say, you speak like that, we'll jail you, I think is, you know, very concerning, I will say. Thank you.
Let me just clarify. The law decided that they would be jailed. The government did not decide. They broke the law, they were jailed.
Mr. Abdullah, any final word briefly, please?
Sorry?
Any final word or statement you would like to make briefly?
I would like to address what Dorothy said over there. My 2 cents on that. I believe that in this day and age, and I don't want to sound like a broken record, everybody knows in this room, what a great lever technology is. Even, you know, persons with disabilities those who have this kind of technology, they have been able to break barriers, and I can go and on and on and on for hours about that. But you know that in Africa there is more than 1 billion, as she said, people who are not connected. There was a debate some time ago about right to internet being as a fundamental human right. It should be acknowledged as such at you know, these platforms that you know, in UN system maybe are. So what is the status? Because, you know, we all know there is a pick and choose about application of certain human rights. But in this day and age, and the way I have seen in my own country, the way women in far-flung areas, poor people, persons with disabilities, they have been able to break all those traditional barriers, and they have been able to earn livelihoods and change their lives. So this right of access to internet as a fundamental human right, it should be given primacy. There should be greater focus on it, and than it has been there already.
Participants, our online panelists, Ms. Alina and Ms. Tatiana, any final word that you would like to share with us?
Yes, if I may.
Please.
Can you hear me well? Yeah. I'd like to address a bit an issue of youth and the using of social media in context of access to official information. A very short example from Ukraine, where I live and work all this time. We noticed that spreading official news via Telegram channels is benefit and at the same time pose many threats, because young people that used to consume official news along with non-official or semi-official or looking like official, and it brings many risks to spreading disinformation among young people. That's why I'd like to draw your attention in context of Africa to pay more attention at not only at content of official information, but also at sources via which the official information is disseminated. It's a topic for a long discussion, but thank you again for having me here.
Thank you, Ms. Tatiana. Ms. Alina, any final word from your side? Is Mrs. Alina Simu still connected with us? I saw her a minute ago. Maybe we lost the connection.
Can I just say, sorry, just one thing. I misspoke before. I said the Online Services Act, and I meant the Online Harms Act in response to your question before, so I apologize. Very different.
Very good. Ms. Alina, last chance, last call. All right, I think she's not connected anymore. Let me...
Sorry, she's muted. She's muted. Alina is muted.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Can you repeat that?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity to appear on this panel today. Fascinating conversation about lots of different issues. We certainly have parallel issues going on in the United States with respect to access to information for those who are disabled. And we have certainly disenfranchised populations that don't have as much access to information, such as prisoners. We have a very strong prisoner population that is always seeking access to information. So again, a conversation we should continue. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Ms. Alina. Let me thank all panelists and thank our rapporteur, Mr. Gaoussou Koulibaly, President of the High Authority of Communication of Mali. He's with us in the room, I believe. Can you stand up? Our rapporteur. He must be around. He's supposed to be the rapporteur.
He's there.
Where is he? Can you stand up? Can you stand up, please? We would like to acknowledge your contribution as well. Thank you, panelists. So I apologize to the organizers for having taken 5 or 6 extra minutes. Thank you all for your active participation and stay tuned.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, ADG. No, we'll continue. Yeah. We call on the next panel. This is back to back. So, the role of commissioners in the mainstreaming public right to know. The ombudsman, the commissioners. So, Yao of Ghana, Yao Boatin, executive secretary, right? Chairperson, Information Regulator of South Africa, Blanca Ibarra Cadena, President, International Conference of Information Commissioners, Mexico, should be online. Martina, Head, Freedom of Expression Division, German Commissioner for Data Protection and Freedom of Information. And then Jose Luis Rodriguez Alvarez, President, Council of Transparency and Good Governance, Spain. Moderator, Lucy Ndungu, Commissioner of Administrative Justice, Kenya. So, Lucy, your panel.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. You know it's afternoon. We expect to have a very robust discussion with our panelists. And without wasting time, I just want to introduce our panelists. First and foremost, thank you for having me here, the UNESCO and the government of Kenya. It has been an honor for Lucy Dongo, who is a former Commissioner on Administrative Justice, to be the moderator for this session. As you are aware, we have been implementing access to information for many years, and today we want to know how far have we gone in mainstreaming access to information within the public sector. And our participants are from different commissions. They have been working in this area, and it is important that you know them. I have with me Advocate Pansy, who is the chairperson of IDUI. You are all aware of IDUI, which is the African Network of Information Commissioners. She is the founder. She is also the chairperson of the Information Regulator of South Africa. She was appointed to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights in 2005, serving until November 2017. She also held mandate a special rapporteur on freedom of expression and access to information, and that was mentioned in the morning. We also have with us Professor Jose Luis Rodriguez, who is the President, Council of Transparency and Good Governance from Spain. He was also a professor, or former professor of the law and new technology at the Complutense University of Madrid, and worked as director of the Spanish Data Protection Agency. Now he is on the other side, access to information. We also have with us your own from Ghana, that is Yao, who is the Executive Secretary, Right to Information Commission Ghana. He is also a member of the governing board of the African Network of Information Commission, and also our secretary in that body. Vice President recently, I'm talking of the former position, welcome to that position. We also have with us Martina, who has been in this forum for many years. She is the head of the Freedom of Information Division, German Federation Commissioner for Data Protection and Freedom of Information, Germany. And on right, we have our ICIC chair, who is Bianca. She can hear us. And I am happy to say that as the chair of ICIC, she has interacted with many commissioners here and has a rich knowledge of how globally we are faring on insofar as access to information is concerned. She steers on about 80 countries in the world insofar as access to information is concerned. He was also Commissioner President of the National Institute for Data Transparency, that is an access to information and personal data of Mexico. We also want to say that presently, the information commissioners are very ready and willing to participate in this forum and to enrich how we implement that access to information. Without further ado, I just want to go straight to Mr. Jose, whose presentation is on, all right? Please put it on, and we will give you about 7 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Lucy. Buenas tardes. Good afternoon, everybody. Many thanks to the UNESCO and the government of Ghana for giving me the opportunity to participate in this panel in the company of such distinguished panelists and experts. I've prepared, yes, okay, it's functional. Spain has late joined the club of European countries that adopted a transparency law. Our law was approved in December 2013 and came into force a year later. It is strongly inspired in the Tromsø Convention, although in several elements it goes further. It covers the two main areas of transparency, the mandatory disclosure and the right of access to public information. The law imposes on all public institutions the obligation to publish a wide range of information detailed in an extensive catalog and regulates the right of access to public information in very broad terms. Of course, it's not an unlimited right. The law foresees limits laid down in a list. This is similar with that on the Article 3 of the Tromsø Convention. There are also a number of exceptions where the request may be refused, but only if the reasons are given and on the basis of a strict interpretation. A special point of the Spanish law is that establishes a number of rules and criteria for resolving conflicts with the right to protection of personal data. As Spain is a state with a federal structure, the autonomous communities also have their own transparency laws. They have to respect the content of the state law, but they can extend the obligations of disclosure and the scope of the right. Most of them have also created their own guarantee body. In this context works the Transparency Council that was established in December 2014. It is an independent body that acts with full autonomy and independence. It has its own budget, much smaller than it should be, but it decides autonomously on spending. The president, the commissioner, is nominated by the government, but has to undergo a hearing in parliament and needs the support of more than 50% of the members of parliament to be appointed. His term of office is 5 years and cannot be removed. The council is entrusted with a priority of functions, among which the most important are guaranteeing the right of access to public information and supervising compliance with transparency obligation. It has the jurisdiction over the state administration and also regions that have not created their own guarantee body. The council resolves appeals presented by citizens when their requests have been denied. Its decisions are binding, although they can be appealed to the courts in case of disagreement. The vast majority of them are implemented, but there is a percentage reform of the law. In these almost 10 years, the Council had issued more than 14,000 decisions protecting the right of access to public information, which are all published in the website. And we have extensive and detailed interpretative doctrine on the content of the right and on its limits. However, new issues continually arise that must be taken into account. We work every day to guarantee the right of access and to balance it with the rights, with other rights and interests. In addition to the classic issues, there are new challenges generated from technological evolution, such as the risks of opacity arising from the use of algorithms of artificial intelligence for decision making by public administrations. The second main area of action of the Council is the control of compliance with obligations imposed by law. To this end, we have developed our own methodology with which evaluate the obligated subject and prepare individual reports detailing the degree of compliance, and when it is not satisfactory, specific recommendations are made to improve it. And in addition to these core functions, the Council carries out other important activities aimed at fostering compliance with the law and promoting public transparency. All this information is available in our website. although we arrive late in these 10 years, we have advanced at a very good pace. In a decade, the transparency landscape has been radically transformed in Spain. In general, the institutions have adapted their functioning to the requirements of the law, and the culture of transparency is progressively permitting. Citizens are also increasingly aware of the importance of transparency, demand it from public authorities, and make growing use of the right of access to information. However, we still have a way to go to achieve an advanced system of transparency. 10 years is short time, and we have realized that good legislation is necessary, but not sufficient condition. For the system to work well, adequate human and material resources are needed, and governments must implement well-designed and effective public policies to strengthen the culture of transparency, both within the administration and among citizens. To conclude, I will share with you that as of today, Spain co-chairs the OGP steering committee, and we will host the Global Summit in autumn 2025. I hope that many of you will be able to visit us, see for yourselves how we work in this field, and also advise us how we can improve. You will be most welcome, and thank you very much.
Thank you. He was answering the question how the council play its role in ensuring transparency and good governance, and how the council has come up with standardized type of information that must be proactively released, particularly in environments where federal and state bodies have separate jurisdiction. And I thank you for that presentation. Now we come back to Advocate Pansy, where we want to know, as the information regulator of South Africa, and having been in press for some time now, what are them, first and foremost, we do know that you have been working with African countries to bring on board access to information law in Africa. But as the information regulator of South Africa, which is an independent body, and which ensures that there's promotion of access to information and also protection of personal data or personal information in South Africa, could you please elaborate and share main results and conclusions drawn from the compliance assessment of public and private bodies? Also, specifically, which shortcomings have been identified and what good practices have emerged from the assessment? Thank you. Advocate, over to you.
Thank you very much, my sister Lucy. Let me also begin by joining my colleagues in thanking UNESCO for convening us, and also thanking the government of Ghana for the hospitality and, of course, the good food that we have enjoyed. Of course, the jury is still out on which jollof rice is better, whether it's the Ghanaian one or the Nigerian one. But we'll leave that to another day, because I know that debate we can never end. Yeah. Now, the information regulator is one of the few access to information bodies that are responsible for both access to information held by private bodies and access to information held by public bodies. So that distinguishes us from many other countries. So how do we mainstream access to information in both private and public bodies? Both public and private bodies are supposed to compile a manual in 3 languages in which they proactively disclose certain information, such as the structure of the organization, the office bearers, the information officer, the categories of information that they hold, categorized according to subject matter, information that they can make proactively available without a request. So those are the manuals that they have to compile. And our Act also distinguishes itself from others in the world because it also applies to political parties. So political parties are regarded as private bodies, and any person can request any information from a political party or from a private body as long as they can prove that they require that information to exercise a right or to protect a right. So these bodies, private and public bodies, they're supposed to publish the manuals in 3 official languages in their websites, and in addition to that, they have to make these manuals available, the hard copies, at their receptions, so that when anyone enters the building, they can access the manual. The law also empowers the information regulator, my organization, to conduct assessments on own initiative or at the request of the private or public body on compliance with the law. So in 2022-2023, the regulator decided to conduct own initiative assessments on all the municipalities, on the banks, and on regulatory bodies and short-term insurance companies. In 2023-2024, we conduct compliance assessment on political parties represented in Parliament, universities, national departments, provincial departments, and companies that are listed in the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. In 2024-2025 so far, we have conducted assessments on social media platforms, Google, Meta, and TikTok, and also conducted 17 assessments on law firms in South Africa. Social media companies raised lack of jurisdiction as a defense. We defeated them. We told them that you cannot operate in our country and refuse to comply with the laws of our country. So we went ahead and conducted those assessments. TikTok and Google were partially, their manuals were partially compliant, and of course, Meta did not even have a manual. We conducted assessments in major public entities such as Eskom, which is our electricity supplier, and Transnet, which is responsible for rail transportation. And towards the end of this year, we'll conduct assessments in all the provincial legislatures, in the national parliament, and in Chapter 9 constitutional bodies, and also medical aid schemes. What are the results of these assessments? Political parties, as we know, and we assess those that are represented in parliament, they have made the law, but most of them, almost 100%, they were non-compliant, which is quite interesting. And when it comes to the others, such as when we distinguish between private and public bodies, we found that private bodies were almost 70% more compliant than public bodies. And yet, public bodies, as we know, they hold information for the public good. The information is not there, so we expected them to be more compliant than private bodies, but we found that the opposite obtains. And the second way of mainstreaming access to information is that the Act requires private and public bodies to submit annual reports to the information regulator regarding the number of complaints that they have received, the number of, not complaints, the number of requests for access that they have received, the number of access that they granted, the number of access that they denied in full, denied partially, and so on. We have developed a portal which makes it easier for these bodies to submit the annual reports to the private bodies. And once again, we have found that more private bodies are compliant and have submitted annual reports than their public bodies counterparts. And as far as political parties is concerned, it is interesting that another law that talks about disclosure of private funding received by political parties requires political parties to disclose political funding that they have received from private bodies that is in excess of 100,000 rands, which is about 6,000 American dollars. So our law requires that the manual that political parties compile should also contain the list of donations over 6,000 American dollars, which they have received from private funders. So that's how we mainstream access to information in our country. Thank you very much.
Ms. Clark. Thank you for that elaborate presentation and the fact that South Africa has set the pace. We must include private bodies in our implementation of access to information. In most countries, we do not have that mandate, but it is important that private bodies should be monitored. Now we go to Yao, who will talk about what are the significant improvements you have observed in your country insofar as access to information practices across different sectors, and what factors do you believe have contributed to these advancements? What lessons can be drawn from these experiences? In the morning, we were told that Ghana has made tremendous, successful implementation insofar as access to information is concerned. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Lucy. And then let me also take this opportunity to welcome you all who are visiting Ghana for the first time and maybe the second or third times to Ghana. We are happy to host this global conference. And Ghana came into this space in 2020. The Right to Information Commission was established in 2020, October, and we had the mandate as a commission to put together a system that was going to work effectively towards the implementation of the Right to Information law in Ghana. So far, I think that Ghana has made quite some significant progress, and it is testament, or it is evidence in the fact that the evidence speaks for itself. Currently, we in Ghana have a structure that has a penal regime that gives the Commission the powers to impose some administrative penalties that put some pressure on public institutions to carry out their mandate. And we don't relent on exercising that penal regime at all. That's one of the very reasons why we are getting the kind of compliance from public institutions here in Ghana. And I can assure you that we have a very solid team at the Right to Information Commission that does not only put out the penal regime or penalize you as an agency for relenting on your duties under the Act, would also be actively involved in ensuring that the courts get you to comply with the orders of the Commission. We have had cases where the Ghana Police Service on several occasions have been compelled to carry out their mandate or their functions in terms of the implementation of the Right to Information Law. So Ghana has, we've taken a position that we will not wait for there to be too many breaches. We'll deal with it just from the onset, and that's one of the reasons why we have excelled. The other reason is that we have taken an active role in ensuring that we engage as many stakeholders as possible in the implementation of the Right to Information Law in Ghana. Public institutions, for that matter, undergo recurrent sensitization. We make sure that as many people as possible get involved in the education, and then we get everyone on track in knowing exactly what the law requires of public institutions. That way, the compliance levels have increased, and that's how come Ghana keeps improving on the implementation of the Right to Information Law. Generally, there's resistance because when you are implementing a new regime, you'd expect that the system that has not been used to that arrangement would always put up some defenses to exclude themselves from the application. The courts have also been very up to the task by confirming where organizations that appear to be public or private in nature are not quite sure whether the law applies to them, would take us on as a commission in court and say that, hey, we are not part of this law. We're not going to allow you to get us to put out information. The courts have been practical and have indicated where such organizations ought to be guarded. Like, for instance, GOIL, and I think some few banks were of the view that they were not public in nature, and therefore we could not compel them to put out information, and we could also not penalize them in their infringements under the Right to Information law. The courts, with their decisions, were very clear that considering the kind of work they do and how they open themselves to the public, they are not a private body, and therefore the laws can prevail in their activities. So the courts have also helped in getting us to function right. Sometimes the courts have also even gone ahead to make a determination in favor of the commission where the law is not quite clear. For instance, how much fees should be charged in terms of what an applicant pays for the reproduction of information. At the time when the Minerals Commission was charging about $1,000 for some information to be put out, the commission had no fee regime, but was put to the task of determining how much the applicant in that matter ought to be paying. The commission came to a determination that one Ghana cedi 80 pesos, which is in the region of about 20 cents, was what should actually have been the charge, and not $1,000. Minerals Commission was not satisfied with that decision, took us on in court. The court was of the view that where Parliament had failed to put in place a fee regime, it was incumbent on the commission to do what is necessary in the circumstance. And having determined that one cedi 80 pesos was a good amount to pay, the court stood by the commission in that arrangement. So I think that the legal regime has worked together to ensure that Ghana has achieved some level of high compliance in terms of the Right to Information law. Considering that in the first year of implementation, in our report to Parliament, which you can also find on our website, there were about 50 applications for requests for information across public institutions. Over the years, I can say that it has grown from 50 to 89, 783 to over 1,000 in the fourth year of implementation. Listening to the commissioner from the United States speak, I think I learned they had about over 1 million applications in a country of about 30 million. 300 million population, they had about 1 million requests in a year. I think that we can also continue our education to try and get more high levels of participation across the public, so that the law gets entrenched as a way of implementing. And then the more we use it, the challenges will unfold, and then we are able to expand the implementation. But all in all, Ghana is embracing this law very well, and we are using it to improve transparency in our public discourse. Currently, we have laid before Parliament the regulations to the act that was passed in 2019. And we are hopeful that by the end of the parliamentary year, we would have passed the regulations as well to increase our ratings in terms of the right to information law and its implementation. With that regulation passed, I can assure you that Ghana would also extend its application to relevant private bodies, which would include political parties like South Africa is doing. Yeah, so I think that all in all, we are on a good path, and Ghana is set to make more strides across the African continent.
Thank you. Thank you, and we are truly happy that Ghana in the last 4 years has mainstreamed access to information in the public sector in a way that cannot be gainsaid. I now want to come to Martina, who will definitely speak more on data. And because the question is here, I just want to ask it as it was drafted. Having been in the commission, I want to ask the German Federal Commissioner is tasked with data, with supervising data protection, as well as acting as the ombudsman function in the freedom of information. What lessons from the German and the European Union data protection legislation can be applied to ensure that data protection frameworks work to support the public information?
Thank you, Lucy. Good afternoon, esteemed guests of this conference, dear colleagues. I first want to say thank you to the government of Ghana and to the UNESCO for inviting me to this wonderful conference, and thank you for inviting me to speak at the panel. Well, yeah, I was asked to say something about what lessons from the German and EU data protection legislation can be applied to ensure that data protection framework supports access to public information. Well, and I guess it's kind of German fate. As soon as a German is showing up on a conference, we always get the data protection questions, because we kind of invented it, because the first data protection law was passed in a small German state more than 40 years ago. I'm more of a freedom of information person, but I will try to do my very best to answer your question, Lucy. And please let us first take 2 steps back. In Germany, both on the federal level and on the level of the 16 states, all commissioners are both data protection commissioners and freedom of information commissioners. And it has always been like that. So this has the advantage that in cases where personal data is affected when accessing information, a solution is found within one authority, and not 2 different authorities may conflict with each other. This brings with it a certain routine and serenity, and it also promotes an understanding of each other's approaches and consideration, which makes things much easier. When it comes to the protection of personal data and freedom of information, and right now we are not talking about intellectual property, trade secrets, or business secrets, we need to differentiate between access to information on request and proactive disclosure. And I would simplify and say, if there is a decent right to access to information upon request, and this right is properly applied, then there is no conflict with data protection. The German Freedom of Information Act, for example, provides for the participation of a third party, and as a second step, consideration by the authority. And then in a third round, access to information only after it has become final towards the third party. So the Freedom of Information Act always represents a procedure in individual cases in which an individual application is examined and decided. And finally, there are legal protection options against this decision. So both the requester and the third party can go to court and challenge the decision. So for certain categories of personal data, the Freedom of Information Act anticipates this consideration. This can either be a lower need for protection, for example, personal data with a professional reference, and on the other hand, there can be a higher need for protection, for example, special categories of personal data within the meaning of Article 9 of the European General Data Protection Regulation, like health data. But we've been discussing this all day, in the morning, in the afternoon. In the digital age, the sole access to information upon request is becoming something old school. So we live in the digital age, and we need something new. So modern RTI laws contain the duty to publish large amounts of data and information proactively, online, in open formats, and accessible 24/7. And the idea behind open data in the digital age is precisely that. Contrary to what I've just described, no individual examination of information takes place before it's being published. So from my point of view, the difficulty is that as early as 1983, the German Federal Constitutional Court recognized in a landmark decision there is no such thing as a trivial date in the context of automated data processing. So the automated possibilities of searching and compiling data and information can result in several pieces of information which are harmless in themselves, being combined to create action and personality profiles. So, in my opinion, the greatest challenge in the coming years in the era of access to information lies in how we can make large amounts of relevant and up-to-date information available in a timely manner, and at the same time protect the individual in his private life and individual life decisions, which is the essence of data protection. It would be dubious to say that I have the solution to this problem, but let's use this wonderful event to think with each other and discuss what such a solution might look like. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing the challenge to the floor and also stating very clearly that data protection and access to information must work together to address the needs of the citizen. Online, we have Blanca, who is making her presentation online. Over to you, and thank you for being present.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello to everybody, team panel and distinguished participants. The International Day for Universal Access to Information holds immense significance as it highlights the transformative power of access to information in building transparent, accountable, and inclusive societies. In representation of my colleagues, the commissioners of the National Institute for Transparency, Access to Information and Personal Data Protection of Mexico, and as a representative of the chair of the International Conference of Information Commissioners, it is a privilege to participate in this event. Today, we reflect on the essential role that access to information plays in fostering democratic societies and promoting human rights. It is an honor to have with us today a panel of distinguished experts who will enrich this discussion with their valuable insights. I'm referring to each one of you. I also want to greet our moderator, Lucy Lucy Nunju. It is a privilege to share this platform with such dedicated advocates for transparency and the right to access information. Thank you for the opportunity. The International Conference of Information Commissioners serves as a critical platform for promoting collaboration and the exchange of best practices in access to information laws worldwide, while legal and political frameworks governing access to information may vary across regions. The ICT challenges, share innovations, and work toward the harmonization of standards. In increasingly interconnected world, the ICIC's role is reading this regional difference becomes vital to ensure that the right to access information is upheld globally. One of the key functions of the ICIC is to encourage best practices that enhance the transparency, accountability, and effectiveness of public institutions. By bringing together information commissioners, the ICIC facilitates the development of common principles and guidelines that can be adapted to local contexts. Through capacity building, initiative, peer reviews, and the sharing of successful case studies, the ICIC helps strengthen the global implementation of laws. As we reflect on the ICIC roles, we can see how it works aligns with the broader goal of mainstream access to information in the public sphere by fostering consistency and encouraging the adoption of best practices. The ICIC ensures that information commissioners worldwide are equipped to protect and promote the right to information, regardless of local legal or political challenges. This commitment to collaboration is essential in advancing the global ATI agenda. Access to information is not just a legal obligation for governments. It is a fundamental human right at the heart of any democracy. For it empowers citizens, strengthens public institutions, and fosters trust between governments and those they serve. In a rapidly changing world where citizens demand greater accountability, access to information has become a tool of empowerment. It facilitates informed decisions making and participation in solving public issues. Information is a foundation for building fair, just, and equitable societies. It supports social, political, and economic rights and has the potential to uplift marginalized communities. Guarantor bodies are fundamental to protecting the right to access information. These institutions act as impartial and independent entities that oversee the implementation of access laws and ensure public institutions' compliance. They provide oversight mechanisms that empowers individuals by ensuring that when they exercise their right to request information, their requests are met with due diligence and the appeals are fairly addressed when obstacles arise. However, guarantor bodies do more than safeguard the right to information. They play a vital role in protecting other fundamental rights because access to information is far more than a technical or administrative concept. It is a powerful enabler of other human rights. When we talk about access to information, we refer to the ability of individuals to obtain critical data for making informed decisions in their daily lives and exercising their rights. A well-informed society is one where individuals have at their disposal knowledge that empowers them to improve their living conditions. Consider the importance of open access to public education policy, school enrollment information, and educational resources. When this information is freely available, it allows parents, students, and educators to make decisions that are in their best interest. This could range from the choosing the right school for a child to understanding how educational funding is allocated, of knowing the support programs for disadvantaged students. Healthcare is another area where access to information is of paramount importance. Public health policies, information on available services, and data of the performance of healthcare systems are crucial to ensure that citizens make better decisions for their well-being. During the COVID-19 pandemic, for example, the availability of timely and accurate information about infection rates, vaccine distribution, and treatment options was critical. In countries where this information was accessible, citizens were better able to protect themselves and their families and hold their governments accountable. Beyond social rights, access to information is cornerstone of political freedoms, including free speech, the right to vote, and the broader right to participate in democratic processes. Free speech, for instance, is closely linked to access to information. Citizens need access to accurate and unbiased information to engage in meaningful public discourse. When information is freely available, individuals are empowered to form their own opinions, participate in debates, and advocate for change. This is particularly important in the digital age, where missing information and disinformation spread rapidly. Access to reliable information helps counterbalance the effects of false narratives and allows for the expressions of diverse viewpoints, which is essential for the health of any democracy. In this sense, access to information acts as a shield protecting the right to free speech by ensuring that all voices are heard and the public can make well-informed contributions to discussions on important issues. Similarly, access to information is indispensable in safeguarding the right to vote. In a democratic system, elections are the primary mechanism through which citizens express their political will. However, for these elections to be free, fair, and meaningful, voters must have access to comprehensive and transparent information about candidates, political parties, electoral procedures, and government policies. In addition to promoting social and political rights, access to information also plays a crucial role in addressing inequality and ensuring that vulnerable groups fully exercise the right to information as a means of strengthening democracy, accountability, and inclusive governance. Access to information is more than a legal right. It is a fundamental pillar of democratic governance and a neighbor of other human rights. By ensuring that information flows freely and transparently, we lay the groundwork for healthier societies. The role of guarantor bodies and information commissioners is pivotal in this endeavor. These institutions ensure that the right to know is upheld and the information citizens require to exercise their rights is available and accessible. We must actively work to integrate access to information into all aspects of public life, because by extending into the fabric of governance, we promote greater citizens' engagement, accountability, and the effectiveness of human rights. As we continue our efforts, we must remain vigilant against the challenges of missing information, restricted access, and the withholding of vital data. Our goal is clear and finishing: a world where access to information empowers every citizen to participate fully in their community life. Let us commit ourselves to this vision, knowing that by defending the public's right to know, we are safeguarding the rights of all. Thank you, and greetings to Ghana.
Thank you for outlining the role of ICIC in promoting consistency and best practices in ATI laws globally, despite regional and political differences. Thank you for also giving us the priorities for strengthening international cooperation on access to information in the coming years. And with that, we have undertaken the sets of questions for the panelists. Can we have questions from the floor? Thank you, thank you. Laura?
Good afternoon. Thank you to UNESCO for putting together this impressive and important panel. Before I ask my question, I also want to recognize the interpreters who are doing the translation for those who are hard of hearing. They're doing an amazing job. I've been watching them and they're incredible. But it's a bittersweet moment for us in the world of access to information. And all of you touched on, especially our colleagues from Mexico, the great benefits of access to information for people. And yet we are facing challenges to your bodies. And as much as you're working to help your citizens, I want to ask you, what can we as citizens do to assure that independent oversight bodies remain as we watch Mexico slip away, and Argentina and Bangladesh and many others? What can we do to support you as commissioners and oversight bodies, that you have the authority, the power, and the resources to continue to assure access to information is mainstream for all citizens?
Thank you very much. And as a wrap-up, you respond, starting from here.
Okay, thank you for the question. I think that as citizens, we all have a role to play in ensuring that the access to information laws are working. And how do we do that? I think that we should be more practical about requesting for information in all public institutions, whether controversial or otherwise, whether exempt or otherwise. Get the laws to work by putting it to test. We shouldn't relent on the decisions of public bodies to give out information or deny it. Whatever decisions they take, let us push the law to the limits. That way we get the law to establish itself and function effectively. It is not enough as a nation to push for access to information laws and then have it on the books and then we go to sleep. It's important that we get the laws to work. And the only way we do that is using the law in our research, in using the law in requiring for information, in using the law to get the system to work, put public officers to test, question their activities, request for information they would never envisage that individuals will request. And this is a way of putting them in check when you hold public office. Then it goes to inform the basis that when information is generated in the public space, you are generating it for and on behalf of the people. And therefore, you should expect that the people will come at you at any time. So my encouragement to the public is that it's not enough that we have access to information laws. Let us use it. How many of us in here have requested for information using the access to information laws in our jurisdictions that we find ourselves in? I can bet you very few have their hands up. Yes, we can do better. We can do better. So let's all get involved. It's not okay for us to just attend a conference and be passive participants in the implementation in the spaces we find ourselves. By so doing, I'm sure we get the law to function effectively. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for the smart question, Laura. I really like it, and I would say the same as Yao said, keep asking critical questions. And I was teaching young journalists and NGO members for a couple of years, and I always told them, ask those questions that hurt and don't have no for an answer, because with the first no, you know that you're on the right track. And once it's getting tricky, this should encourage you to keep on asking and to keep on the track. But I would extend this to both sides. So I would encourage commissioners to listen to journalists and to listen to civil societies and to actually ask, what do you need from us? So there are two sides to the whole thing. And as soon as those two worlds are not separate worlds, it's not this citizen and this civil society and the commissioners, but as soon as we get together and start thinking about what can we do for our democracy, what can we do to encourage others to really make use of their freedom of speech, then we are on a good track, because democracy needs us to be active every day, and part of this is asking critical questions every day, asked by citizens and civil society, and the commissioners being active and fighting each and every case that is brought to the commissioner or to the commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura, for that question. For me, it's a three-pronged strategy. The first one is that the commissioners themselves, the commissions, should ensure that they perform their duties without fear, favor, or prejudice. And they should take their independence seriously. That's the first leg. The second leg is that civil society, once it sees that the independence of a commission is threatened, they have to speak up and raise these issues in public. Thirdly, I think the networks. I mean, there is the International Conference of Information Commissions. On the African continent, we have the African Network of Information Commissions. And on our side, as ANIC, as the African Network, when one of our sister organizations was threatened, we took a stand and we wrote and we raised the issue. And I think that solidarity is important, and it has to cut across all the third levels that I've spoken about. Thank you.
Thank you. Nothing to add. I share and I underline the assessment of my colleagues.
Yeah. Thank you, panelists, and please clap for them. We have learned that we need manuals to implement the law. Oh. Unfortunately, we can't take more questions. I've been informed that time is up. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thanks very much, Lucy. So my name is Stephen from Right to Information Commission, Ghana. My question goes to Commissioner Pansy, South Africa. So, Commissioner, in your submission, you said that from your assessment, you realized that the private bodies were more compliant, were being more compliant than the public bodies. I don't know if you made any findings, and if you made any findings, what accounts for that? What accounts for private bodies being more compliant under your act than the public bodies? Then the second question, just a short one. So what are the other requirements you look out for in your assessment, aside the submission of annual report and the compilation of the information manual? I'm asking just for purposes of tapping into your best practices for Ghana.
Thank you. There's just one more there.
Thank you very much, my big sister Lucy. Yeah. My question is so simple. It's nice to have such innovations available. And then now we have the laws for this. How are the various governing bodies ensuring that right from the quarters of governance, the information that be will get down to the countryside? Since most of the people living by the countryside are mostly left out when it comes to innovations such as this ones. My name is Daniel Asuku, and then I'm with MBN TV. Thank you.
Yeah, just quickly, I mean, what we assess is in the law. It's just whether the manual that the bodies comply, that they compile, whether they comply with the provisions of the law. I mean, the law, and I don't have time, it does say what the manual should contain. So when we do those assessments, we look at whether those manuals are compliant. As to why the public sector complies more than why the private sector complies more than the public sector, I can imagine that with the private sector, it's the bottom line and reputational risk. So I think they're likely to comply more than public bodies. There's laxity, but I mean, there are also many factors. Record management in public bodies, it's a problem. We all know that, and that's where we have to start. Because without records, we can never be able to, access information. And digitalization that was spoken about, I think by the Minister of Ghana, it's important for all of us to follow. The last question was, now I have forgotten, and these are senior moments.
Going to the countryside.
I don't. Can you repeat your question? Sorry, I forgot.
He wanted to know how we are reaching out all the way to the countryside.
I don't think that was the question. to the rural areas. Oh,
yes,
yeah,
to the
rural
rural
areas.
areas.
No, I was not talking about you. I was talking about that gentleman there because he asked two questions. But for us, I can talk about the rural areas. In our jurisdiction, we have a program called Dikopano. Dikopano in our language means meeting point. So we go to far-flung areas where we meet, traditional leaders and communities, and we have, conversations about access to information and how they can use access to information to improve their lives, how they can use access to information to access services from government, and how they can use access to information to hold government accountable. So that's how we do it. But that gentleman, if he can tell me his question again, I can answer.
It's yours.
No, I think both questions were answered. The first question was the other yardsticks that go into your assessment. I think you've explained that. And then the second one was why the private institutions are more compliant. Yeah.
They were both answered, and our rapporteur is Dixon Kasote, where are you? Dixon? Yes. Thank you very much. You can clap for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lucy. Thank you, commissioners, the gatekeepers, the enforcers. Thank you very much. I would also like to express our appreciation to our rapporteurs from the Ministry of Information. Thank you very much for your good work done. Okay. So we'll go for a coffee break. A coffee break for 30 minutes. Then we'll be back in this room. In this room, there will be the OECD perspective on societal challenges to challenges through access and citizen participation in this room. And then across this room, we'll have a para session of OGB, perspective, role of transparency, and access to information. So please, ladies and gentlemen, 30 minutes coffee break here and adjoining room. Thank you very much. Finally, there will be a cocktail by the poolside, which is starting at 7. So if you receive an invitation, you are invited to a cocktail at 7. Thank you very much. By the poolside.
such a rush, my baby, slow down, come find your love. I'm hoping you see me, come serve it up. Loving when you stir it up, that body belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I can't hide. You're feeling up my mind, and I just don't know why. I just don't know why.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going into the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, OECD or okay. Yeah, okay.
It's good that you are coming.
Semi-retired.
Yeah, semi-retired. But you are still active. It's good to see you.
Will you be in this session or this one? OECD. Yeah, coffee, end of coffee break. Somebody left the key. So. Yeah, okay. The other one, this one. This one, straight. Go this way, yeah. Your shouting is all here.
moment. But before I do, I'd like to say a few words about the focus of this panel. So all of us in this room obviously very much acknowledge that transparency and access to information are transformative catalysts to drive meaningful societal change. In an era where information is power, as we've heard many times today, ensuring that citizens and stakeholders have access to accurate, timely, and comprehensible information is crucial to their ability to meaningfully engage in public discussion and also have their voices heard on an equal basis. So it's for this reason that the OECD views information as the first step in our ladder of citizen and stakeholder participation, which you'll hear more about in a moment, and also as a necessary prerequisite for governments to facilitate consultation and engagement with these actors. So our speakers today are going to explore a bit more this relationship between access to information and citizen and stakeholder participation, and discuss how countries can really unlock the potential of both of them to solve complex problems in a more collaborative way and to foster dialogue with governments and their citizens along the way. So I'm very much looking forward to hearing from our speakers on how they've leveraged access to information and citizen participation to tackle societal challenges at the local, national and international level, from everything from the green transition to digital transformation. So maybe just to give you a bit of a run of show of today, so we'll have some initial interventions, and then there will be an opportunity for all of you to answer or to ask some questions to the panelists. I know it's late in the day, but if you do have anything to ask, please do. Before we hand over to our speakers, however, I'd like to introduce Ms. Gillian Dorner, Deputy Director of the Public Governance Directorate at the OECD, who should be joining us online to provide some opening remarks. I hope. Do we have Gillian online? Yes, okay, great. Can she hear us? Gillian, please, I hand it over to you. Or we can't hear Gillian, rather. I'm not sure how to solve the technical issue. And she's not on mute, so. Gillian, could you maybe try I'm not sure what's best, to try rejoining or... Could we maybe try again to see if we can hear her? If there's still a technical issue, I do have a copy of her remarks, so I can give them, if that's maybe better. Apologies, Gillian, for having you join. Could the technical team maybe confirm if that's better, if it's not working? We move on. Yes? Okay. Okay. So, sorry, apologies again, Gillian. Thank you, everyone in the room, for your patience. So, what Gillian was going to share was the OECD approach to this topic. So, for us, as some others have said today, transparency is a principle of open government, a core element of a functioning democracy, and a prerequisite for a healthy public interest information system. So transparency is obviously underpinned by the right to information, and as all of you in the room have recognized, access to information is a fundamental human right that empowers citizens to exercise their other rights, for example, expression, association, assembly. As I've already said, information is the first step in the OECD ladder of participation. So information we see as this initial level of participation characterized by more of a one-way relationship in which the government produces and discloses information with its citizens, that considers both proactive and reactive disclosure of information. The next ladder, or the next step of the ladder, we see as consultation, which is a more advanced level of participation that entails really a two-way relationship in which citizens and stakeholders provide feedback to the government and vice versa. And then engagement is when stakeholders really have the opportunity to meaningfully contribute and the necessary resources to actively collaborate during all phases of the policymaking and service delivery, design and delivery cycle. So the 2023 OECD flagship report on open government for stronger democracies has actually taken stock of the state of access to information and citizen and stakeholder participation, mainly in OECD member countries, and has outlined some new frontiers and priorities going forward. So it finds that many countries have increased the availability of information and data that they share with the public and are doing more to empower citizens to access and use government information for various purposes. Moreover, there's a growing emphasis on involving citizens and stakeholders in public decision making to really ensure that they can align government decisions and actions with the public's needs and preferences. So just to give you a bit of an overview of some of these findings. So we see that the legal, policy and institutional frameworks for access to information are quite strong. As was mentioned earlier today, over 140 countries have access to information laws. Many recognize the right at the highest level, constitution. We found that 78% of respondents to a survey that we did for this report do so. And so there's also been a significant increase in the adoption of laws over the last couple of decades. That being said, countries still very much face challenges in the implementation of the law in practice, and many of those challenges have been touched on today, in providing timely responses to requests, in updating the information that they proactively disclose, in enforcing and sanctioning non-compliance, which was also mentioned today, and ensuring that there is a coordination and oversight body that has a clearly defined mandate, sustained resources, and a certain level of independence. At the same time, we've seen many good practices from many of the countries who are here today as well. For example, some countries are offering guidance to public officials on how to fulfill their responsibilities, particularly regarding the information that they proactively disclose. For example, there are such guidelines in Canada and in Kenya. Many countries also emphasize the need to share information and communicate in plain and simple language, which is really important, which is the case in Finland, where public officials are encouraged to avoid jargon and technical language in government communications, as well as communicating in official and minority languages, which is the case in Colombia, where materials are often translated into indigenous languages as well. We've also seen some good practices in testing the usability of digital tools and platforms to ensure that all citizens can easily locate and understand existing information. For example, ensuring accessibility in web design, as is done in New Zealand. And then lastly, in holding consultations and focus groups with users to get their feedback. So people with disabilities, youth, elderly, people with maybe low ICT skills, or those with little internet access, such as those that have been done in Mexico by the NI. And then so I would just move briefly on to the importance of ensuring citizens and stakeholders can find information and data, and how this encourages them to actually look for more opportunities to engage in participatory processes. And so without clear, high quality information, meaningful participation in public life is impossible. On this note, we've seen that the global landscape for citizen participation is evolving constantly, and becoming richer with new and innovative ways that countries are really trying to engage citizens. Some interesting examples from OECD countries are those that are demonstrating the value of representative deliberative processes, especially. I'm thinking of two examples, one from France, which had a recent citizen convention on the end of life, or Ireland's Citizens' Assembly on biodiversity loss recently, which have really shown that these are tools that can effectively support governments in tackling complex policy challenges in a collaborative way. And very lastly, before we hear from our panelists, I wanted to mention some of the future priorities and directions of the OECD in this domain. So as you heard earlier from our director of the OECD Public Governance Directorate, the work on access to information and citizen and stakeholder participation is core to the OECD's Reinforcing Democracy initiative. And moreover, one of the key deliverables of this initiative is the OECD Citizen Participation Barometer, which will basically provide a data-driven and hopefully internationally comparative overview of how governments are currently providing information, how they protect civic space, and how they engage citizens in participatory processes. The barometer is meant to be the first comprehensive measurement tool in this area, and is really a response to a strong call from countries to really develop tools to measure both implementation and impact in these areas. So obviously we've shared even today a lot of anecdotal evidence and good practice stories, but we also need to work together, I think, on developing better indicators and measurement frameworks to really demonstrate the value and benefits of fostering more transparency, access to information, and citizen and stakeholder participation. So on that note, I will move to my speakers. I will firstly introduce and pass the floor to Ms. Doreen Grove, Head of Open Government in Scotland, who will share a little bit on a kind of broader lens view of how access to information and citizen stakeholder participation can rebuild trust in government, and with some concrete examples from Scotland as well.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the invitation to be here. First declaration, I'm an archaeologist, so I think over time rather than in very short bursts. But one of the things that I observe is we put in place more and more ways of dealing with technical ways of dealing with people, rather than actually going to the other end and asking people what they need. So I guess my message is that, of course, the wonderful work that is done on the legislation around human rights, around freedom of information, around governance are really important. But we are seeing a really big decline in trust, both in politicians and in governments. And we should be taking that very seriously, and we're certainly trying to in Scotland at the moment. And this isn't just about transparency, and it's certainly not about transparency for transparency's sake. It's about democratic well-being, if that doesn't sound too grand. We've seen that level of trust drop, and that is for all sorts of reasons. But unless we are attending to it, things won't change. What I wanted to do today was look at some of the things that we've tried to do in Scotland to address this. We have two systems of democracy, if you like. We have the sort of formal representative system, but in support of that, and I do see it in support of that, ideas around how you engage people really, really matter. If you want to see change, then it isn't enough to be forced to put out your data and information when you're already through your decision making. What we're trying to get to in Scotland is a point where people feel they have the ability to influence the decisions that affect their lives. And we do that in a variety of ways. But inclusion is such an important point. If you get things right in your policy for people who are furthest from government, then you will get it right for everybody else on the way back in. And you won't get it right from them unless you ask them what their problems are. So participation is really quite absolutely fundamental core part of what government needs to do. Unless we are both listening and thinking, we really won't make the change that will impact on people's lives. I want to give a couple of examples. And somebody earlier said one of my two least favorite words, techno-solutionism. I am an archaeologist. Believe me, technology does not solve anything. It changes things. It might help a bit here or there, but it also creates problems elsewhere. And it doesn't matter whether you're moving from the Bronze Age into the Iron Age, or from a Victorian country into the modern era. My other least favorite word is one that was coined recently, which is perma-austerity. We've seen governments try to strip back the size of civil service, the size of government, as if government wasn't the thing that helps us all do the things we need collectively. We kind of forget what government is for. It's there because we need to do things collectively. So a couple of examples I wanted to give you. One, in Scotland, what we've tried to do is put guidance and help into place for public servants, working with civil society to learn the techniques around participation. But I'm not wedded to any one single method. Citizen assemblies are really helpful, citizen juries might be helpful, participatory budgeting might be helpful, but don't go to the solution. Go to ask the question of who needs to be involved in this conversation. And if we are going to change things, then how many people and who are the stakeholders? Who knows about this? That isn't necessarily us in government. So bringing in as many voices as you can. The couple of examples I want to give you. One is we took on some new powers around social security in Scotland, particular benefits. And at the beginning of that, these were very contentious issues around how you paid carers. And another two or three new benefits. And what we did was recruit 2,400 people who would be in receipt of these kinds of benefits to work with us over 4 years. To do that as qualitative surveys, to do user research and design, but also to run a small citizen assembly around the Charter of Rights for that group of people. So that was using a whole range of different methods. And we moved the satisfaction in the delivery of those rights, and the technology that was behind it was all the same. But because we put dignity and respect into the way these were done, we moved the satisfaction from around 20% to around 80%. It was a huge change. I'm sure that will go back again, but this really matters when you're dealing with things that affect people's lives. The other example I want to give is one around accountability. During COVID, I set up an ethics framework, how we take our decisions in government, any government, in a moral and ethical way, knowing what information is important and what isn't, really matters. So we developed an ethics framework around how you use data during managing the pandemic. Because we were having to go so fast, as we all were around the world to manage it, we came back at the end and said, actually, we had one of our requirements in the ethics framework was these are the risks and benefits of the work that you're doing. But the next question was, do the public recognize the same risks and benefits? And if they don't, you have to go and ask them. Very few had the time to go and ask them because the decisions were very quick and very rapid. So we came back and had a citizen jury looking at whether the places and ways that we'd taken decisions during COVID on data had met that framework. So I think we need to be much more thoughtful in how we work with the public. It isn't enough just to require honesty and responses after the effect. You will not make change unless you involve people in ways in those ways of working. And that isn't just face-to-face. So we have a procurement out at the moment to look at a technology solution to support deliberation and the involvement of the public. So looking at what AI and digital technology can do, not to remove deliberation or engagement or participation, but to properly support it, to look at how you do the analysis, to think about where that technology will be helpful. I've probably talked far too long, so I'll stop there.
No, thank you very much, Doreen. Thank you for your intervention, and I know we say it all the time, but it is, as you said, extremely important to move away from transparency for transparency's sake. Even aside from legal frameworks, just sharing large swathes of information is not necessarily helpful. You need to ask who needs this information, for what purpose, and how does it actually allow them to be involved, as you said, and be involved meaningfully. So thank you. Then I would like to move to Dr. Ibrahim Siga-Shaw, Chairman and Information Commissioner of the Access to Information Commission in Sierra Leone. We heard earlier from your Deputy Minister on this kind of national call for access to information and these different town hall meetings and consultations with the public. So maybe you can share a bit more on the efforts of the Access to Information Commission.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much for having me to this panel. Really, in Sierra Leone, this is the 10th year since the commission itself was set up, so we're just about preparing to celebrate our 10th year anniversary. What we have done, because if you look at the topic, mainstreaming access to information, in addressing societal challenges, and across the public sector. So what we have been doing recently is to really forge a very good partnership with the public sector. Because we realize that we cannot do it alone. We need the support of the public sector. But one challenge that we inherited is that making the transition from a culture of secrecy to one of openness, has really not been easy at all. Because, it has been there a long time. People have been used to secrecy. So how do you change that mentality in the public sector? So what we have been doing is to really try and forge partnerships with all the public authorities, particularly those working in the governance space, like the ACC. They are responsible for fighting corruption. We always insist that it's better to prevent corruption than fight it. Since our coming into existence, we have realized that we have been reducing corruption to a very large extent. And also, we've been forging alliances with Audit Service Sierra Leone. For instance, recently we just signed an MOU with Audit Service Sierra Leone because most of the corruption cases have been linked to lack of documentation, lack of proper record keeping. So we have forged a very good alliance with them, and we are working very hard on that. And also recently we forged an alliance with NAMIA. They call them the National Monitoring and Evaluation Agency. This is an agency that's responsible for monitoring the performance of the delivery of projects funded by both governments and donor agencies. And it's more like proactive disclosure of information about all projects in the country, And they have a platform called Nemesis, and all projects are uploaded. Information about all projects, whether supported by government or donors, are kind of uploaded there, so the public can have access. Because we are talking about public participation. And one thing that we have realized is that forging these partnerships is kind of very, very, very helpful. It has kind of helped to build confidence in what we are doing. And also, we have also encouraged the public authorities to note that providing access to information always will provide trust, will enhance trust in the public, in what they are doing. For instance, recently, there was this case of there was a corruption case that happened. The mayor of Freetown, the city council, and the deputy, the auditor general of the former auditor general called Lara Pierce and her deputy, they were arraigned before a tribunal facing corruption allegations. And after that tribunal, the conclusion of the tribunal, there was a report that was released, but the report was not made public. And what happened? Over 13 civil society organizations, requested for information from those who are holding the report. That is the secretary to the president, and then also the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General, Minister of Justice. So what happened? The information was not released very quickly. And all these 13 civil society organizations approached us to intervene on behalf of them to make sure that this tribunal report is released. And just about when we were about to do our intervention, because the awareness that had been raised around the issue, because it was highly mediatized, even most media houses covered it. Just around that time when we were about to issue the order to the Secretary to President and the Minister of the Attorney General to release this document, the document was laid in Parliament. And then suddenly, the matter was then closed. Then we approached the few civil society organizations who told them that the matter is now in Parliament and it's now in the public. So therefore, so this is just one example to just give you an idea that because of that trust that we are trying to build, it's making now civil society organizations to come forward to make sure that they ask for information. I will just give you another example here about what happened recently in terms of information access. apart from enhancing transparency and accountability also, there is also this idea of enhancing democratic participation and political accountability. You know, last year there was a case also wherein a lawyer by profession requested for information from the ECSL just after the conclusion of the elections, a month or so after, requesting for a release of the summary results of the elections in Sierra Leone. And the Electoral Commission was reluctant to release the results. We had to issue an order, you know, giving them a 7-day ultimatum, to tell them to release the information, evoking Section 45 of our Act, you know, and what happened? Within that deadline, the ECSL, the Electoral Commission for Sierra Leone, released the information, you know, and they responded. They engaged with the lawyer, making sure that, telling the lawyer that the information is already available on their website. You know, a lot of people, civil society organizations were saying that the results were not available on the website, or it's only after the request was made. But for us, what was most important was that the fact that the results were already available on the website, and then the lawyer was settled with that. I think it made us realize that the importance of access to information. Although the lawyer was not very satisfied, the lawyer tried to ask now not only for the summary results, but for the whole results. But the Electoral Commission had to evoke Section 92 of their Act to say that they can only release summary results and not all the results. And then the lawyer just wrote to us, thanking us for our intervention, but saying that he will take the matter to the Supreme Court. You know, so that's just to give you an idea of how, you know. Another example I would like to share with you also. Recently, there was this Fish Harbor, a multinational corporation from China. They came with a project to open a fish harbor that will recruit about 5,000 jobs, which is a good thing in the community, in the area. They call the place Black Johnson. And because of the livelihoods, a lot of the people who live in that area, they survive on fishing. You know, so a lot of civil societies requested for information, requested the Ministry of Marine, they requested information from the Ministry of Marine to release information about what are the plans, you know, to support those families that are going to be affected, and what are the plans also to put things in place to protect the environment. Because inviting a multinational company to come and open a fish harbor, there are implications in terms of the environment. So we saw a very large number of civil society organizations, you know, pushing the corners of these communities who are living in that area. And what happened? The Ministry of Marine Resources, they had to respond, and there was clarity, and there were some negotiations. And even if the fishing harbor is going to be erected, you know, that will benefit people. Because of those negotiations, there is going to be fair play, you know, in terms of the you know. So if you look at having access to information is very key, because it promotes transparency, accountability, and fair play, access to justice. So what we call social justice. When you talk about justice, it's not just justice in the legal sense, but justice also in the social sense. You know, if people have fair play, they know that by coming to the commission, if there is a refusal on the part of the public authorities to release the information, they will come to us, you know, and we will release that information. You know, so I think the trust, the fact that we have that trust now, we are seeing an increase in number of information requests coming forward. And the only thing, we are still facing challenges, of course, because of the mentality. But what we are doing to address that is to do more public education, more awareness raising, and more capacity building. And one thing that we have done recently, most recently, is to introduce digital access to information. I think that came up very clearly this morning in the discussions. You know, now there is the additional option now of members of the public now going online, you know, accessing the digital platforms where they can request for information, and the information can be also provided digitally as well. And the acknowledgement, even receiving the information, can be, and also if the information is not provided, it can be escalated also to complaint. All that can happen now online. We have just been testing the system, and we are hoping that in the next few months, maybe the system will really be in full operation. And I think we are expecting to see an upsurge in the compliance rate in the country following the establishment of the digital platforms. I thank you very much.
Great, thank you so much for sharing some of those successful examples of partnerships between public sector and civil society, and as you said, how they've really contributed to fostering greater accountability as well. It's a very important point. Then I would move to Ms. Constance Nalgach, Head of International Affairs, Ministry of Environment, Chile, who will give us a very interesting sectoral overview of access to information within the framework of the Escazú agreement. And I think she will intervene in Spanish, so hopefully you have headsets at your disposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon to you all. Thank you for this invitation, UNESCO and the OECD. I come from a country far, far away. I don't know if you have heard about Chile. You can raise your hand, yes? That's great. And we have language diplomacy, so I will switch to Spanish. And I would like to ask you first a question. I'm going to talk about the Escazú Agreement, but I don't know if you have heard about the Escazú Agreement. So please raise your hand. 1, oh my God, 2, 3. Okay, so this will be a great opportunity to share with you. This is a treaty, a legally binding instrument about access to information, access to public participation, and access to justice. The reason why of Escazú is because we are not doing the things the way we should do. We have a climate change crisis, but we also have biodiversity loss crisis and a pollution crisis. And we know that this crisis, this planetary crisis, impact with more force those persons or groups in vulnerable situations. So the reason why of the Escazú Agreement is because we have a wrong relation between our humankind with nature and between ourselves. It's a justice also problem. And we know that the conflicts are gaining, social environmental conflicts are gaining in our region. And I would like just to highlight something that's dramatic. Last year, 196 environmental defenders were killed. 186. Today is Tuesday, I think. If you think next Tuesday, they will probably kill 5 to 6 environmental defenders. And that's, you can probably multiply that by 6, by 7. We don't know how much is the true number. And 85% of these killings are in Latin America and the Caribbean. If we sum up the last 10 years, there are more than 2,000 environmental defenders being killed for protecting our environment, our Mother Nature. So when we're talking about the Escazú Agreement, we're talking about democracy. And when we talk about democracy, we talk about power, the distribution of power. We're talking about corruption. And if you add that we are talking about environmental defenders, it's really a very, very strong agreement. Latin America and the Caribbean are 33 countries, nowadays 17 countries that are part of the agreement. And this agreement is quite special in the sense that it recognizes that access rights to information, public participation, and access to justice are, of course, human rights. At the core of the environmental democracy, but also contributes to development and to democracy. And they do it in a way that they are interrelated. we don't see access to information separated from access to public protection nor to access to justice. If you want to participate, of course you need to have the information. Where are the environmental risks? Where is pollution? Is my school in the spot of hazardous resources? So we need to really impact in the decision-making process. We need to have this access to information. If governments, if public officers do not respect and guarantee these human rights, you have the right to claim under a court. The Escazú Agreement has a very broad definition of who can ask for information. It can be anybody. You don't have to say why. You don't have to give a reason why you're asking for information. It has a very broad definition also of environment. It makes an obligation to every state party to have a register of emissions in your country. If you're giving pollutants to the air, to the soil, to water, you have to register that. It also have independent bodies that are going to superintendencies that are going to promote this access to information, and has public participation, not only for environmental projects or activity. Let's think about mining, for example. Let's think about agriculture. Those projects that are based on natural resources that are so often damaging our natural resources in Latin America, and I think you can relate also in Africa with mining, with agriculture and their risks. So we have in those kinds of projects, but also in laws. If you are part of the Escazú Agreement, laws need to have public participation. And it's the only treaty of Latin America and the Caribbean, the only environmental treaty about this access right, but it's the only treaty in the world that protects environmental defenders. And I want to highlight that this was because environmental defenders were negotiating in our same room. Escazú Agreement has particular rules, modalities of participation. You have the representative of government, but you also have private sector, the academia, NGOs, and they proposed this article about environmental defenders. And also Escazú is the only instrument in the world that has an action plan that has been elaborated with public participation. It took us like 2 years, and the information for that action plan was given by environmental defenders. So also Escazú, and I'm closing with this, has an approach of cooperation and capacity building, and there's some disposition of the Escazú Agreement that talks about that to engage with dialogue with other regions, like the African region, for example. And in our last COP, in the last conference of the party, there were representatives of African countries that are seeking to have a kind of agreement in this access right also in Africa. We have the Aarhus Convention, that is an open convention with many European countries, but now we can have also some regional conventions that can make real this illusion to live in a healthy earth and not to continue destroying with our, egoism and selfishness. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Constance, for that that focus on access to information and environmental matters. I think we can all agree that climate change is one of the biggest global challenges that we will face or are already facing, so very relevant to this panel, especially when certain groups and countries are already being affected more than others. Not to mention, as you spoke about, environmental defenders who are being very much targeted for their work as well in this area. So this is, I think, a good segue into the intervention of Ms. Krizia Casey Abehar, Chief of Division Freedom of Information at the Presidential Communications Office of Philippines, who will speak a bit more also about outreach to citizens from marginalized groups. So over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Marie, and thank you to UNESCO and to OECD for inviting me to be part of this panel. So the implementation of the FOI program in the Philippines is centered around stakeholder and citizen participation, wherein we put premium in engaging with our stakeholders and our citizens to empower them and to empower them and to make sure that they are informed of the affairs and the programs of the government. So together with our stakeholders, we formulate and capture solutions to ensure that our goals and commitments are achieved collectively. So in order to substantiate this, I will draw from our dynamic experience in conducting our institutional activities, such as the civil society organizations hangouts or CSO hangouts, wherein we gather regularly. We do this quarterly in order to get feedback and recommendations on how we can further improve our implementation of FOI program effectively and inclusively. So this activity led us to create an FOI bridging program, wherein we gather our stakeholders and we do information mapping, wherein we conduct or determine what kind of information do these stakeholders need and to which agency they need to get this information from. So we held several bridging programs across varied sectors, including the marginalized sectors, such as the families and relatives of persons deprived of liberty, persons with disabilities, senior citizens, and indigenous peoples. So the result of this activity is that these capacity development engagements enabled the concerned sectors to map information, as I mentioned earlier, for their causes and advocacies, locate and identify which government agency maintains and processes the information they need. So through these activities, we heard, for instance, in the case of the families and relatives of persons deprived of liberty, we learned that most of them do not know why a family member is in prison. They do not understand the cases against them. They do not know what kind of government programs are available to them and how to get or how to avail these programs. And after the series of these capacity building activities to these sectors, we had a success story or a tale of change wherein a requesting party, a relative of a person deprived of liberty, requested for information through our portal, our online platform, to get the missing information or document to complete the requirements of the family member in prison. And after which they submitted it to the Department of Justice. And after completing all the documents, the relative was able to help a family member get out of prison. So this is a story of how access to information can empower the public, especially the most vulnerable ones, and how through information they can take charge of their life despite the difficulties that they may encounter and be given a second chance in life. Another substantial output also is of our initiative is how government agencies after these activities, started publishing information proactively in their bulletins or websites. So upon identifying the most requested information from these sectors, the government agencies disclose this information automatically through their platforms or bulletin and websites. So another angle that I would like to highlight is how we were able to instill FOI, or the implementation of access to information in the public sector. So in the Philippines, the Data Privacy Act was enacted first. No, it was in 2012 when the legislation was passed. And when we introduced FOI in 2016, after the issuance of the executive order, we had a challenge to convincing the government institutions to disclose information because they were afraid to disclose information because of the Data Privacy Act, and they do not know how to balance data privacy and access to information. So we conducted a lot of capacity building and training for the designated FOI officers across the executive branch. And one of which is we gave them certification course for information officers wherein they were capacitated on data privacy, access to information, national security, and records management. Basically on how to implement FOI within their respective organizations. So it's very important that the FOI officers understood the essence of their work. Because when they do not understand what is FOI, then in the Philippines, it is an added task to them. So apart from doing or facilitating FOI requests, they have their original mandate or tasks. So doing FOI is like a burden to them. So on our part, we try to provide them the capacity building activities, trainings, in order to capacitate them and to upskill their skills. So it will be easier for them to facilitate FOI requests within their offices. So after these interventions, when they finally had or completed these courses, these trainings, and they understood the essence or the significant impact of access to information and providing this information to the public. We are very happy that from the hesitation when we first met them, they became the FOI champions within their organizations, and they advocate for access to information. They do their own capacity training for their colleagues within their organization, so it will be easier for them to coordinate with other units when they receive requests for information, and this information are they need to get this from the other units. So that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing on especially on the inspirational kind of efforts that you've made to really convince public officials of the importance of access to information, so they don't only see it as a burden. I mean, still a burden in some senses maybe, but that they at least see the value and the benefits of doing it and actually become champions, as you said, by the end. So then last but not least, I'd like to pass the floor to Mr. Kweku Larti Obeng, who's an advisor at GIZ, the German Development Cooperation Agency, to give us a bit of a perspective from Ghana, and also with some focus on digital tools as well in this area. So thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator, and OECD for the invitation to be on the panel, and greetings to my fellow panelists. And thank you to our audience for staying to the very end. Hopefully, we are saving the best for last. So the German Development Corporation, GIZ, is a global service provider in the area of international cooperation and sustainable development. We have experience in this area for over 50 years now. GIZ works in over 120 countries. We have a large staff strength of over 25,600 staff. Of 70% of that number are national personnel. GIZ works in a number of specialized areas, or we have expertise in a number of fields. Just for example, in the area of economic development and employment, area of energy and environment, peace and security, and of course, in the area of governance. The GIZ is mainly funded by the German government, and specifically through the Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, BMZ, and of course we are co-funded by other institutions like the EU, like the Swiss government through SECO, and also from USAID. We work very closely with a number of state actors and non-state actors. So we work also with CSOs, with the media, with journalists at both the national level and the sub-national level. We in GIZ, we believe very much in transparency, access to information, and of course, citizens' participation. But we are of the view that it is a two-way street. So in as much as citizens are demanding information from government, we also feel that citizens can also give information to government. So coming home to Ghana, here in GIZ Ghana, we have worked very closely with the Supreme Audit Institute, that's Ghana Audit Service, in trying to look at how citizens can give information to a state institution like the Ghana Audit Service, which is the Supreme Audit Institute. So in 2018, we supported Ghana Audit Service to develop an app. It's called the Citizens Eye app, Citizens with an S, so plural, Citizens Eye, I-S-E-Y-E, which can be downloaded from Play Store. So what the Citizen Eye app does is two things. The citizens can download it and they can actually rate a service. So a service either being in a number of sectors like the health sector, education sector, agriculture sector. So rate a service in a school, a service in a hospital, or any other services, public service. So that's one side. The second side is for citizens to actually report an issue. So if citizens think that there's some possible corruption going on anywhere, they can put it on this app, and it goes directly to the Supreme Audit Institute, to Ghana Audit Service, where the Auditor General and his team will look at these, whether it is rating a service or reporting an issue, and will actually address it. And since 2018, there has been a number of success stories in this area. So for example, someone might have reported, or someone did report on a hospital situation whereby a key equipment had been spoiled for a number of weeks, reported it on the app. Within 2 weeks, Auditor General intervened and that part was bought. Or also examples of where taxes were going into private pockets, also reported, and then this was actually addressed. One key thing that the Citizen Eye helps the state institution, Ghana Audit Service, is to look out to where to conduct audits. So where they see that a number of citizens are reporting in a particular sector, they're getting a lot of reports from the health sector in a particular hospital, then they will launch a full audit in that sector as well. So this, in our view, is a classic example of citizens working with state institutions to make change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for keeping it so succinct. It's great to hear about the Citizens Eye app and this kind of twofold function that it has, and that there's kind of a bit more of a dialogue between citizens and the government through using this app. Maybe then, and I'm conscious of time, but I'm hoping maybe we have a little bit of room for an interactive discussion if anyone from the audience would like to ask a question to any of our panelists. Yes, great. This man in the front, please.
Thank you very much for an insightful panel. I have two questions. One from the panelists from Chile. You talked about how environmental defenders are being killed. I was just wondering if there are global solidarity around the protection of the environmental defenders in line with the discussions, the right to access information, but also participate in the civic space. The second one, I wanted to hear the views of the panelists around whistleblower protection in line with access to information. We know that there are certain sectors within the public institutions, one of which is the environment, mining, extractives, where it is difficult to access information. and the role of whistleblowers becomes paramount. What is the role of whistleblower protection in that regard? Thank you.
Great, thank you. Maybe we could start with Constance if you want to answer.
Thank you for your question and your interest. We have an action plan that is from 2024 to 2030, and now we have to have a program. And in that program, I know the High Commissioner for Human Rights will be supporting, also Women's Office from UN will be supportive, the program for environmental will also support, and the public, especially environmental defenders, are trying to reach defenders from other regions because some of them don't trust governments. Many times governments are, I don't want to say many times, but sometimes governments are the ones that are doing the projects, and we have cases that are the ones that are doing these threats to environmental defenders. So I think the action plans that have like 4 main actions. The first one is knowledge. We don't have a diagnosis about what are the main sectors that are being the most risky for environmental defenders. We don't know the kind of threats. I told you about killings, but also there are many other kinds of threats that they are suffering. So we're hoping to have this diagnosis of the whole region, from Latin America and the Caribbean. The worst country in terms of numbers are Brazil and Colombia, but we're hoping to have from the whole Latin America and the Caribbean. And when we have those diagnoses, I think that many international organizations, institutions, NGOs, I hope also the private sector will support this function of environmental defense. And the second main action is recognition. We need to value what they are doing in favor of democracy, human rights, and sustainable development. So there's no other way out. We have to stop. This is a shame. This is really. I mean, the day when the Escazú Agreement was adopted was the day that an activist was killed. So this is everyday threat. So I urge you, if you work in the academia or civil society, if you don't have this kind of trouble in your countries, do something to prevent this. Because with the environmental crisis, the resources are less, so the conflicts will arise. And we need to defend those who are defending our Mother Nature. Thank you.
Thank you. And maybe I can move to the, great, yes, please go for it, Doctor.
Yes, for the whistleblower thing protection. For us in Sierra Leone, we have 2 sections in our act that provide for protection of whistleblowers. You know, Section 50 and Section 51 of our act. And we are also in the process of developing a whistleblower policy, you know, to expand on those 2 provisions. You know, and then in terms of the whistleblower protection, also the ACC, that is the commission that is responsible for fighting corruption, they've also developed a whistleblower policy. And we're hoping to, there's just one challenge with the ACC that we are facing with now at the moment is when in the declaration of public assets, you know, public officials, they are obliged to declare their public assets. But the act, the ACC Act provides that they should not disclose information about the declaration of public assets. You know, and for us in our act, for public disclosure, you have to. You know, so there's a little. So that's one challenge that we are facing. How do you harmonize some of these legislations so that because if there are conflicts, it can weaken. It can a lot. But one lesson that we have learned is that if we work together, we are planning actually as governance institutions to really form a coalition, to work together and try and work very hard to harmonize our laws. That's one area that we are looking at. But I think the most important thing is the trust, because the public will have to have trust, not just in the public authorities that hold the information, but also in the governance institutions that are implementing, for instance, our own institution, implementing the law, the ETI law. If the trust is lacking, it's going to cause a problem, particularly societies that are polarized, very seriously polarized societies. It's very, very challenging. For instance, the example I gave you just now here about the audit service, the former head of the audit service, Sierra Leone, and the deputy, being brought to face the tribunal. The reason why you saw a lot of about 13 civil society organizations coming forward is because it's a very politically sensitive. Because some of the civil society organizations are seeing these two people. They are saying that they are accusing the government that the government has is kind of a witch hunt against them because they are more kind of seek to be loyal to the other parties. So this is one challenge that we are facing. But I think, as my colleague there from South Africa, Advocate Pansy, insisted, I think the whole thing is about trust. If the institutions that are handed over with the responsibility to implement these ATI laws, if they don't really win the confidence, the trust of the public, you find out that they will not be very motivated to even come forward to request for information, because they will just say, this law is just in the shelves, it's not been implemented. So I think that is very key in that respect. Thank you. Oh, you have your own.
Great, please go ahead.
Okay. In the Philippines, in our executive order, unfortunately, there is no provision on the whistleblower protection, but that is something that we have included in our proposed FOI bill. So hopefully, once we have the FOI law enacted, the legal protection for whistleblower will be included. Thank you.
So, I absolutely agree. This isn't just one bit of legislation. Whistleblowing, we do have a whistleblowing act in Scotland, and indeed every open government partnership member is asked about whistleblowing as they join, and we are a member. But it's about lobbying. It's about a duty of candor. It's about human rights. It's about the rights of the child. All of these are really important elements in how we think about the role of government and public servants. And I've been on the front page of a newspaper with somebody trying to sack me. It's not a comfortable place to be for a public servant. Not that I gave much of a damn, but never mind. We shouldn't underestimate the impact and how uncomfortable it can be in public service. So it's finding ways that are enabling that duty of candor, that honesty, and not honesty when it's dragged out of you from an FOI, but honesty at the first time of asking. And being really thoughtful about whose information things are. Lobbying is a really big issue, particularly in the environmental field, but in almost any bit of our economy. We need to be careful that our economy is there for people and planet, not for the money of the world.
Maybe just to add to that, so in Ghana, we passed the Whistleblowers Act in 2006, but just last year, 2023, we amended the Whistleblowers Act. So what GIZ is doing now in Ghana is to work with CSOs to bring awareness to the new Whistleblowers Act for people to be aware of their rights in the new act and all. But one of the issues with whistleblowers is people don't want to be identified as the one who revealed such information. So that is one river we need to cross. But back to the Citizen Eye app. There's an option on the app to reveal your identity or not to reveal your identity, right? And most of the time, people do not reveal their identity on the Citizen Eye app, but yet still the information is still sent across to the Ghana or the service. So that is one area we are looking at, but also educating people about the new Whistleblowers Act.
Yes, if I just make a clarification that although the Executive Order number 2 of 2016, or the operationalization of FOI program in the Philippines doesn't have a provision on Whistleblower Act, we do have the Witness Protection Act, wherein the identity of those under the Witness Protection Program of the government is protected. So that's all. Thank you.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for the great questions. I think on that note, we can maybe conclude. We've covered so much ground that I'm not going to attempt to summarize, especially since I'm the only thing between you and a bit of rest and between the cocktail. So I'll be brief. But I really appreciated all of the interventions from all of our panelists today. I think it really was a strong focus on targeted transparency and very tangible examples of how it's led to more citizen participation, more consultation, more access to justice, more accountability, and as you mentioned, to building trust as well with all of these different stakeholders. And I think it's really great evidence of the importance of the role of access to information in solving complex challenges in a kind of collaborative way. So I'd like to thank all of our wonderful panelists. Also a thank you to our rapporteur, Anjali Bardwaj, a social activist from the National Campaign for People's Right to Information, India, for your work as well during this session. And thank you to all of you for staying until this late hour. We're really looking forward to continuing the discussions later on this evening and tomorrow. So thank you very much.
Thank you to our moderator.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So, day one done. Yeah, almost done. So, at 7, let's meet by the poolside for some cocktail and some drinks. Then we can rest and take on day 2. So, I'm inviting everyone for a group photo to mark the end of day 1. So, can we all come up here? Yeah. If you want to. Yeah, I want to be part.
America's most wanted DJ. DJ City, mixing best of the year.
Photo.
You guys are photogenic, and I'm not me. I'm me.
Yeah.
Yeah, go.
Go close the door.
Thank you.